The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Morning, Your Honors. This is file KACBC 2020-06. The Special Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selim and Jakub Krasniqi.
Today we will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04401. I note that the accused are present in court. Before the witness is brought in, the panel will issue 7 oral orders. First, the panel will issue its ruling on the defense objections to the use by the SPO of 2 documents in its re-examination of W04401. Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
The panel will now issue an oral order admitting P01874 MFI into evidence. The SPO tendered P01879 MFI into evidence after having put several portions of the document to W04401 during its direct examination of the witness. The panel notes that the document consists of the timeline on the LPK's history prepared by Imrish Jamali. The SPO submitted that this document has been repeatedly discussed in court last week during the testimony of this witness and W03873 and is therefore prima facie admissible. The Thaçi and Vasili defense responded that the Thaçi and Vasili defense responded that W04401 has provided no testimony regarding the circumstances in which the document was created, nor has he authenticated or accepted the propositions in the document. The panel notes that the document was extensively used during the direct examination of W04401, as well as during his cross-examination by the Krasniqi defense. When confronted with the document, the witness has commented upon it and offered his views on its consistency with the LPK program and statute in its description of the creation of a military force within the LPK and the LPK's shift from political to military work. The author of the document is identified by name, the organization to which it relates is identified, and the document is dated. The panel is therefore satisfied that P01874 MFI is relevant, prima facie authentic, and has probative value. In light of the fact that the defense was in a position to cross-examine the witness on the document, the panel is also satisfied that the probative value of P01874 MFI is not outweighed by its prejudicial effect. In light of the above, the panel admits P01874 MFI into evidence. This concludes the second oral order. The panel will now issue an order rejecting the admission of P01879 MFI into evidence. The SPO tendered P01879 MFI into evidence having put several portions of the document to W04401 during its direct examination of the witness. The panel notes that the document is said to be an LPK study on intelligence tactics said to have been recovered by the Serbian forces in Kosovo and given to the ICTY. The Thaçi and Vasili defense objected to the admission of the document, arguing that the Rule 138 requirements, in particular in relation to its authenticity, authorship, and provenance, have not been met, and that the document cannot be admitted only based on certain similarities it allegedly bears with the witness's description of KLA anti-collaborator efforts. Having reviewed the P01879 MFI and the transcript portions where WW4401 was confronted with the document and discussed it, the panel is satisfied of the prima facie relevance of those portions of the document that were put to the witness and that are now on the record along with the witness's comments thereon, which can be relied upon by the SPO for similarity purposes. Turning to the defense's objection on the basis that provenance of the document has not been established, the panel recalls that proof of authorship or provenance of a document is not a prerequisite to its admission into evidence, provided that the tendering party has otherwise established its prima facie authenticity and reliability. The issues of authorship and provenance go to the weight to be given to the evidence and not to its admissibility, and will therefore be decided by the panel at the end of the trial, having regard to the entire body of evidence. In the present circumstances, however, the panel is of the view that the fact that the LPK study allegedly bears certain similarities with the witness's understanding of the KLA anti-collaborator efforts is not sufficient to establish its prima facie authenticity. The panel therefore finds that the SPO has failed to establish sufficient prima facie indicia of authenticity of the LPK study, and admission of the document is therefore not warranted at this stage. This is without prejudice to the SPO seeking to offer the item once the Rule 1381 requirements have been fully met. For these reasons, the panel denies admission of P01879 MFI into evidence without prejudice. This concludes the third oral order. The panel will now issue an oral order rejecting the admission of 1D00219 MFI and 1D00220 MFI into evidence. The Thaçi defense tendered into evidence 1D00219 MFI, a note prepared by the Thaçi defense regarding a meeting with W04401, and 1D00220 MFI, a correction thereof, after having confronted W04401 with both documents during its cross-examination of the witness. The defense argued that the admission of both documents is not barred by Rule 153 to 155, and the panel should therefore admit them under Rule 1381. The panel objected to the SPO objected to the admission of 1D00219 MFI and 1D00220 MFI, arguing that contrary to what happened in the past, the documents were not discussed during the preparation session of the witness, who was not given the possibility to review the two items and make corrections thereto. At the outset, the panel notes that Rule 143.3 does not regulate the question of admissibility of the material used by the cross-examining party, but the scope of permissible questioning in cross-examination. The panel notes that the Thaçi defense used 1D00219 MFI and 1D00220 MFI during its cross-examination of the witness, insofar as it deemed them liable to affect the witness's credibility. As such, the relevant portions of the note which were put to the witness, as well as his comments thereupon, are on the record and will be duly considered by the panel in its assessment of the witness's credibility in light of the totality of the evidence. The panel is therefore of the view that admission into evidence of the note and correction thereof is not warranted at this stage. In light of the above, the panel denies admission of 1D00219 MFI and 1D00220 MFI into evidence without prejudice. This concludes the fourth oral order. The panel will now issue an oral order admitting portions of P01883 MFI and P01884 MFI into evidence. The SPO tendered P01883 MFI and P01884 MFI into evidence, having put one page from each of the two documents to W04401 during its redirect examination of the witness. The panel notes that the documents consist of a book chapter containing an interview with Recep Salimi and an interview with Suleiman Salimi. The SPO tendered the entirety of the two interviews, submitting that both are relevant and probative and need to be understood in their entirety. The Thaçi and Salimi defense asked that only the pages shown to the witness be admitted and not the entire interviews. The panel notes that the interviews are relatively voluminous in size, especially considering that the SPO used only one page from each of them in its redirect examination of the witness. The panel therefore agrees with the Thaçi and Salimi defense that the admission of the entirety of the interviews based on the evidence given by the current witness is not appropriate at this juncture. This is without prejudice to the SPO seeking admission of the entirety of the documents in the future, including through relevant witnesses or from the bar table. This being said, the panel is satisfied that the portions of the interviews which were put to the witness are relevant, prima facie authentic, and probative, and therefore meet the Rule of 138.1 requirements for admission. The panel notes that the Thaçi and Salimi defense did not object to the admission of the portions of the interviews which were discussed by the witness. The panel therefore finds that the probative value of such portions is not outweighed by any prejudicial effect. In light of the above, the panel admits SPO E 00131-856 of P01883 MFI and page 6D00078 of P01884 MFI into evidence, and directs the registry to add the admitted page from P01884 MFI to exhibit P01745. This concludes the fifth oral order.
Your Honor, just for clarity of the record, can I vacate number P01884?
Yes.
Thank you.
01884 is being vacated because of the transfer of the document into, or joinder of the documents. The panel will now issue an oral order on a consolidated version of admitted extracts of Mr. Krasnichi's book. The panel notes that in an email sent on 30 October 2024, the SPO proposed for ease of reference that a consolidated version of all admitted extracts of Mr. Krasnichi's book be created by adding the relevant pages from exhibits P00765 and P01277 to exhibit P00189, and going forward to add all tendered extracts to exhibit P00189. The defense did not respond to the SPO's email of 30 October 2024. The panel directs the registry to add pages U015-8743, U015-8878, U015-8880, and U015-8879 from exhibits P0765 and corresponding translations, as well as pages U015-8828 to U015-8841 from exhibit P01277 and corresponding translations to exhibit P00189 with English version P00189 ET. The panel also directs the registry to update the comment field of exhibits P00765, P01277, and P00189, and corresponding translations in legal workflow to reflect the fact that the relevant pages I have just mentioned have been added to exhibit P00189. The panel further instructs the parties and participants to 1. Endeavor to refrain from referring to the relevant pages of exhibit P00765 and to exhibit P01277 in relation to the admitted extracts of Mr. Krasnichi's book, and 2. Seek addition to exhibit P00189 of any extracts from the same book that will be tendered in the future. This concludes the sixth oral order. Lastly, the panel notes that in an email sent on 3 December 2024 to the panel and the parties and participants, the Vasily defense communicated that it agrees with the Victims' Counsel's proposal of 2 October 2024 regarding the chronology for Victims' Counsel's case and requests for reparations. The panel recalls that pursuant to the panel's order of 2 October 2024, any objections to the Victims' Counsel's proposal was to be filed by 2 December 2024. Considering that the SPO and the defense teams for Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Salimi, and Mr. Krasnichi did not file any objections, the panel would like to confirm on the record that the parties and participants agree that the victim's case will be called after the SPO's case closes and following submissions, arguments, and any decision relating to Rule 130 litigation, and before any defense case begins. The panel would also like to confirm on the record that the parties and participants agree that any request for preparations should be filed by Victims' Counsel after the judgment in the case and after any verdicts on the counts are determined. Does everyone agree, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thaçi defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Vasily defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Salimi defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the Krasniqi defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, everyone. Having heard the parties and participants, the panel orders the following. The victim's case will be called after the SPO's case closes and following submissions, arguments, and any decision relating to Rule 130 litigation, and before any defense case begins. Any request for reparations should be filed by victim's counsel after the judgment in the case and after any verdicts on the counts are determined. Anything to add to that, Mr. Laws?
Your Honor, no, nothing. Thank you.
This concludes the seventh oral order. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in.
Your Honors, just one quick clarification point on the fifth oral order. The page of the Suleiman Salimi interview admitted looks like it cut off on the transcript. Just to make sure everything is clear, it's page 6. So it's 6D000785 was the specific page shown, and that's what we understand has been admitted in that decision, and it would then be added to P1745.
Yes, 6D0078 of P01884 MFI.
Yeah, so the last number is 5. So 0785 are the last 4 digits on the particular page.
I have 4. P01884. Oh, I'm sorry, in the last sentence, add the remaining page to exhibit P01745. Yes, correct.
Your Honor, one point of clarification in relation to the first order. Perhaps we should go into private session for that, if I may. It'll be very brief. This is the order relating. Oh, wait.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Good morning, witness. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
Delay. I can assure you we were all here at 9 o'clock, but we had to take care of some other business, so that happens. Witness, before we begin, I want to remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, let us know and we will accommodate you. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that the assurances provided to you last week by the panel are still applicable, and that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. We continue now with some questions from the prosecution. Mr. Howling, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. I have just a couple other topics that I wanted to discuss with you this morning. The first one is in relation to the evidence that you gave about the release of Mr. Descu, Mr. Castrati, and the 2 Serbian journalists. You were questioned about this by the Thaçi defense at some length yesterday, including using a paragraph of investigator notes from a meeting you had with them in 2022. Going back to the date of the release of these people, did you meet William Walker for the first time on the day of the Descu Castrati release?
I cannot recall on whether that was the first time that I met Walker. I think I'd met him earlier, but it might have been the first time. I really don't know.
And as I understand it, William Walker and Sean Burns were both at the scene during the release. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Was there anyone else from the KLA side speaking at the scene that day with Walker or Burns besides yourself?
No, I don't think there was anyone there in my presence and in the presence of the media.
Excuse me just a moment. Madam Court Officer. I'm having trouble with this. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could the court officer now please put up on the screen 123941 to 123949 and page 123947. Now, witness, this is in English, the item on the screen, but it's an interview with William Walker from the early 2000s, and I wanted to ask you a couple questions about some of the things that he says. He talks about talking with a local KLA leader introduced to him by Sean Burns, and then he says at the top of the page here, I told him that it would be very nice if they turned these guys over to me. I thought they had already agreed to do so, but he said, well, he was going to have to go off and talk to some other people. He went off, I guess he talked by cell phone or radio or something, and came back and said, okay, we'll turn them over to you, and they'll be here in a few minutes. And witness, my question for you is, did you have a conversation with William Walker on the day of the release along these lines?
I don't recall having had this conversation with Walker during this meeting. Sean called me in order to ensure the presence of the Serbian journalists so they would be able to film the moment of the exchange of the other journalists.
Do you have any reason to dispute that Walker's describing a conversation that he had with you on that day?
Speaking to me personally, I don't know. If I'm not clear on whether on the day of this event he called me to discuss the venue and the procedure of the handover. If he spoke to me over logistics having to do with this ceremony, yes, but I don't think there was anything more specific or specific enough.
A little bit further down the page, Walker is talking about the two Serbian journalists, but then he says the two journalists being released, and then says, when I went over to get them, I noticed in the back of this beat-up vehicle there were two more people sitting with blindfolds on and with their hands tied. Witness, do you remember if Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati had blindfolds on and their hands tied prior to their release?
No, I did not see that in the car. I was sitting on the side of the journalists when the car with these people on board arrived.
Do you have any reason to dispute Mr. Walker's recollection of what he saw on that day?
No, I don't. I'm sure he has said what he has seen, but that is not something that he talked over with me.
Walker then says the following: I wondered about them, so when I saw the KLA leader a minute or so later, I said, what about those other two guys? Who are they? He said, don't worry about them. They're Albanian traitors who have been informing on us, and we tried them and convicted them. Don't worry, we're taking them back to their village, and we're going to release them as well, but they're not going to misbehave again. Now, witness, you told the Thaçi defense in 2022, and you confirmed it yesterday, that Mr. Walker and Mr. Burns did not leave any stones untouched to find out what happened to Descu and Castrati. As part of leaving no stones untouched, did Mr. Walker ask you about these two people, as indicated in the part I just read to you from his interview?
Not with me? No.
Do you have any reason to dispute Ms. William Walker's recollection here about what you said about Descu and Castrati on the day of their release?
I do not have any reason to contest Walker's account, but I can assure you that he did not have this conversation with myself.
Në ceremoni të ndërrimit të dorëzimit të dy gazetarëve.
During that ceremony of the handover of the journalist and Mrs. Tendesco Jaco Castrati, there were numerous soldiers who also were present.
Witness Mr. Walker says that he was talking to the KLA leader. Who else could the KLA leader have been other than yourself that day?
Unë nuk bëj me paragjyku nëse
I cannot guess who he spoke to, but I can assure you that he did not have this conversation with myself.
The document can be taken off the screen. And in its place, if we could put SPOE 00357-143 to SPOE 00357-154ET, page SPOE 00357-147, it can take the entire screen. We actually, the original version is in German, which is, I think, not going to assist the witness, although it may assist others. As this is being put up on the screen, witness, you were asked many questions by the Thaçi defense about aspects of your collaborator evidence drawn from a 2022 investigative note. What is on the screen now in English is a 1999 Sabri Kichmari article that was done in March of 1999. And as a threshold question, do you know Sabri Kichmari?
Sabri Kismari në një.
I do know Sabri Kichmari. I met him after the war. He belonged to the same party as mine.
And what was Sabri Kichmari's role in the LPK, if you know?
Nuk e di.
I don't.
Yes, and for the record, he's mentioned in the history document, now admitted as P 1874. Kichmari is talking about the KLA in this part of the interview, and I'll read to you the relevant section. He said, in view of the infiltration attempts by the Serbian intelligence services, the KLA had to fight not only against Serbian police and members of the army, but also against those Albanians who collaborated with the Serbs. The General Staff of the KLA first investigated the activities of these collaborators, and after it was established that they were guilty, it gave orders to carry out attacks against them. And then the interviewer asked, in 1996, that ultimately resulted in the killing of more than 20 people. And Kichmari responds, but in every single case a procedure was followed. The decision was only carried out after the General Staff made the decision. Now, witness, here Kichmari is describing the KLA's approach to collaborators, and he responded that the procedure depended on General Staff decisions that led to the deaths of more than 20 people in 1996. Is what you said in the preparation session that the procedure that Kichmari is describing here did exist, but the collaborators targeted were fighters? Is that what you said?
Unë preferova mas pari zotit.
Mr. Kichmari was never in Kosovo during the war, so I do not know what authority he had to be able to write about issues that occurred during the war. Whereas, as far as what you're mentioning about the preparation session, I do stand by it.
Yes, and to be clear, I'm not talking about Mr. Kichmari's credentials. I'm talking about the procedure he described. And is what you said in your preparation session that this procedure existed, but the collaborators targeted were fighters?
Pikërisht ata të cilët
Yes, it's precisely with reference to the local police, those who wore the uniform and had the weapons that had supplied by the Serbs. And as I said during my preparation session, those were the people who turned their weapons against the fighters of the Kosovo Liberation Army. This is the context in which I singled out this particular category.
Thank you. You've now said in this courtroom that paragraphs 39 and 43 in particular of your ICTY signed statement were mostly hypothetical questions. And you said something similar in the 2022 investigative notes that were read to you by the Thaçi defense. And the transcript pages for the record are 23-100 and 23-101. I want to read to you a couple parts from those two paragraphs of your statement. This one is from paragraph 39 of P1871. You said, when someone was identified as a Serbian collaborator in the operational zone, punitive measures would be taken against them within the zone. In cases where they were caught in the course of their activities, that person would be killed. The KLA General Staff would then be informed about the specific punitive measures that had been taken. Witness, is what you said here only hypothetical?
Yes, because we had no information that such a case ever occurred, information coming from the zone commanders about their zones, that is.
And now from paragraph 43, you said, with regard to Serbian collaborators, operational zone commanders acted on the basis of the report that was provided to them by the soldiers under their command. After the person had been warned, and the General Staff was satisfied that he was a Serbian collaborator, the collaborator could be killed by the KLA command structure if he continued his activities. Is what you said here only hypothetical?
Yes, because we have not had a case that this clearly happened during that time. That is why the question and the answer were hypothetical in nature.
Both of these paragraphs were read back to you verbatim by the ICTY at the end of your 2006 interview. Why didn't you indicate that these parts were hypothetical before signing this statement?
We repeated this during the preparation session as well, but you know that I was under so much pressure, and additionally we had a voluminous number of pages to go through. I was not fully schooled with the legal procedure. I did not have a defense lawyer present, and I was not able to focus properly or give the particular attention to this issue during that time.
Yes, but witness, in your preparation session, you said that you were telling the truth to the ICTY and that all your corrections made in the preparation session were voluntarily made and fully recorded. But you said you had no corrections to the summary statement beyond those made in the ICTY transcript, and you did not say anything suggesting that these paragraphs were hypothetical. Why didn't you do that?
Tjerë që kushtu në
Because I paid no heed to it. Maybe there were quite a few other things that needed attention, and I wasn't able to focus on this one in particular.
Beginning of your testimony here in the courtroom, why did you say that your ICTY statement reflected what you would say if asked again in this courtroom if these paragraphs were only describing hypotheticals?
as nuk e një natyrën e
As I said, I'm not fully aware of the procedure, the legal terms, and as to what needs to be used when. But I have made it crystal clear that it was a hypothetical situation that pertained vis-à-vis this statement that I gave to the tribunal at the time.
Why didn't you say, in the course of around 5 hours of direct examination, including a great many questions about your ICTY collaborator evidence, that what you were describing was hypothetical?
por nuk kanë qenë gjitha situatat hipotetike në
Not everything in that statement was of a hypothetical nature, but a few of the questions and answers were indeed hypothetical. You did not ask me during those 5 hours on whether that was hypothetical or not, and that explains why it never occurred to me to state it that way.
Why didn't you mention to the SPO that you had spoken with the Thaçi defense about matters covered in your testimony?
s'm ka pyetur kush.
No one asked me about it.
We could use preparation note 2, paragraph 63 at this time.
Yes, go ahead.
Witness, it's recorded from your preparation note that you had not discussed your testimony with anyone outside your immediate family, nor have you been approached about your testimony. Is that otherwise still true?
Po,
Yes.
Is what you told the Thaçi defense in 2022 about your collaborator evidence being hypothetical something that Mr. Thaçi wanted you to say to his defense team?
ndërruar unë
Dear counsel, I take the defense team of Mr. Thaçi as part and parcel of this chambers here. And I did not think that I had to reveal that I had spoken to them. I asked the counsel for Mr. Thaçi on whether this was within the legal framework of this chambers. But, and I said, you as professionals need to tell me that. You need to give me these reassurances. And they said, yes, you can tell us whatever you know. And they said it's all in order. I have not spoken to anyone else apart from this meeting with Mr. Thaçi's defense counsel at the premises where it was held.
And nothing in my question is imputing anything to the Thaçi defense doing anything wrong. But you didn't answer my question. Is what you told the Thaçi defense in 2022 about your collaborator evidence being hypothetical something that Mr. Thaçi wanted you to say to his defense team?
Jo, det går stöd.
No, that is not true.
Your Honor, request to go into private session.
For protection of,
For protection of the document to be shown.
into private session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
I indicated I would give you a chance if you needed it to
Yes.
specifically answer these or question these particular matters.
I'm not interested in being on my feet too long, Judge, but it's almost at the 10 o'clock break, and I could use the 10 minutes to get ready.
We'll take the 10-minute break now, witness. There'll be some more questions. You can leave the courtroom now. Please don't speak to anyone about your testimony. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. Are you going to want to be in private session, Mr. Misitich?
No, first we'll start with the Walker interview.
Okay. All right, witness, Mr. Misitich has a few questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again, witness. I just want to ask you a few follow-up questions. First, on the interview of William Walker that you were shown. Madam Court Officer, if we could please have on the screen 123941-123949 at page 123947, please. Yes, I believe it's at the second to last paragraph, please. Now, in the middle of that paragraph that's on your screen, witness, I'll read it out, and this was shown to you. I just want to first see what Mr. Walker said in this interview. He said, when I went over to get them, meaning the two so-called Serb journalists, I noticed in the back of this beat-up vehicle there were two more people sitting with blindfolds on and with their hands tied, and I wondered about them. So when I saw the KLA leader a minute or so later, I said, what about those two other guys? Who are they? He said, don't worry about them, etc. Now, witness, I'd like to now compare what Mr. Walker said against the video of the event as it actually happened, and ask you to compare whether what Mr. Walker's recollection actually accounts with the video that we have. So, Madam Court Officer, if we could please have 061427, please. P93. Yeah. And if we could start at the 5-minute, 26-second mark of the video, please. Now, you'll recall from what I just read out, Mr. Walker said that all of these people were in the same car. The two Serb journalists plus Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati.
Sorry, it's a large file. It's taking a minute.
As long as it's not our fault. Thank you.
Akti I satëm, me lirimin e
Play it from 5:26 to 5:39 and stop there. Yes, witness. Now, does this account, or is this consistent with your recollection of the two so-called Serb journalists having been in a red car seated in the back?
unë nuk e kom pa në
I didn't see in what car they were and where they were sitting.
The time they were released? Or they stepped out of the car?
Yes.
nuk e di po kupton pjesën
I don't know because I was farther from there, closer to the place where the journalists were.
Not the Serb journalists, you mean the journalists who were reporting on the
jo
event?
gazet po
Yes, yes. There was a large number of journalists and reporters, and I was sitting on the left-hand side.
You playing a few seconds after, from 5:39 to about 5:49. If you can tell us if you see Mr. Walker or Mr. Burns? Actually, if we could continue playing it into 6:20, please. If we can stop there for a second. Did you see William Walker there at all as these?
jo
No.
Please. Stop there, please. Now, do you see William Walker?
Yes.
jo
No.
If we could stop one more time, please. Did you see at any point so far Mr. Descu or Mr. Castrati?
jo
No.
we're gonna go. We're gonna take you back to Pristina. But we've got cars, don't worry about that. Yes, thank you. My question is, do you want to answer questions from the press? Up to you.
Only short.
Okay, just go.
If we can stop there and go to 1203, please.
Just tell them,
Stop there, please. Okay. Now, first, is it correct that, do you see Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati?
Po,
Yes.
The person in the gray hair there?
po,
Yes.
Schönberg.
Schönburns.
Whether Messrs. Descu and Castrati came in the same car or a different car as the Serb journalists?
No vedi.
I don't know. I didn't pay any attention.
Just a few more seconds and see if you see William Walker.
Peter, just tell them we're glad to see that they're released. And Ms. Sergeant Thaçi sends his regard. And we have a car here, American vehicle, that will take them home right away.
Please stop there, please. Are you anywhere, have you seen yourself anywhere in this scene?
Io.
No.
So, witness, would you agree with me that what Mr. Walker said there, at least in those parts, is inaccurate about him peeking into a car and seeing Messrs. Descu and Castrati and asking you about them and who they were, etc.? That wasn't accurate, was it?
Unë nuk
I didn't see him earlier, as the prosecutor put it, that Walker talked to me. He doesn't mention my name, so I can't say whether he did speak with someone. But as far as with me, he didn't. And I'm very sure of that. If he said that they were in the same car, again, I can say that I didn't pay any attention whether it was in the same car. If not, then it shows that he was inaccurate in what he was saying.
We should probably speak to Mr. Walker about that, correct? Do you agree with me?
pa tjetër.
Correct, yes.
Topic of hypotheticals. Madam Court Officer, if we could please have on the screen P 1870.3, page 18 in the English and in the Albanian. Beginning at line 3 in the English and line 2 in the Albanian. Now, let me read this question and to you, question and answer to you again. And I want to ask you then a question about hypotheticals. You were asked, but are you saying that if the zone commander, after and let me just, again, for clarity here, this is your 2006 ICTY testimony. So you're saying this in 2006. But the question you're asked is, but are you saying that if the zone commander, after making his investigation in the field, with the help of his soldiers in the field, has established that someone is, in his opinion, a collaborator with the Serbs, could he, and this person will not give up this information, he will deny that this is a fact, but the zone commander has made his investigation and he's completely clear to himself that this person is collaborating with the Serbs, could he have taken the decision for himself to kill this person? And your answer is, let's just bear one thing in mind. As far as I know, no collaborator, as far as being able to communicate, no collaborator was killed because of the fact he was a collaborator. Now, do you believe that you were clear to the ICTY that you had no knowledge that anybody had been killed because they were a collaborator?
Oh,
Yes.
Now, after you give that answer, if we could scroll up to the next question, or scroll down, I should say, yep. Now, this question. But just to go back to my question, would it have, if it had happened, could, like I described earlier, if that happened in that way I originally explained it earlier, could they have made a decision to kill this person? How did you understand that question? Was it asking you for a fact, or was it asking you a hypothetical?
It is a hypothetical indeed, because it's as if that were. Would it be?
At no time after you give your answers here, am I correct that at no time did the ICTY investigators ask you specific basic questions such as who, what, when, where, why, how, to identify specific instances where anybody had been killed because they were a collaborator? Is that right?
It is right.
Session. The prosecutor didn't ask you any specific questions to identify anybody that had been killed based on your testimony in 2006. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Identify a victim who had been killed as a collaborator pursuant to a collaborator policy, correct?
We discussed for a whole day. I don't think he did that. Yeah.
To identify a person in the general staff who authorized the killing of a collaborator, correct?
Correct.
You when such an event took place, correct?
Yes.
Why didn't you clarify or correct something? He never asked you for any details in the prep session if he really believed that this was testimony that this policy had actually ever been in effect, correct?
Correct.
A few minutes ago, he put to you paragraph 43 of your ICTY statement and read it to you, and I'm going to read it to you again. Here's what's in the paragraph. With regard to Serbian collaborators, operational zone commanders acted on the basis of the report that was provided to them by the soldiers under their command. After the person had been warned, and the general staff was satisfied that he was a Serbian collaborator, the collaborator could be killed by the KLA command structure if he continued his activities. Now, could be killed. Were you saying there that someone actually had been killed, or were you saying this hypothetically?
Jag tror den är väldigt
It is hypothetical because such a case never happened. We didn't receive any report on such an event happening. At least myself, I never received such a report.
Private session, please.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you. Thank you, witness. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my further cross-examination.
Anybody else want to follow that up?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Just a few additional questions. Yes. And it can be in public.
It is.
Yeah. Mr. Prosecutor, good morning again. I just have a few questions arising as well. You would have heard this morning what Mr. Halling said about you at the end of his questions. It may not have been put explicitly, but essentially Mr. Halling is saying that you as a witness for the prosecution are a biased witness, in other words, an unreliable witness. And in fairness, I wanted to give you the opportunity to answer that suggestion that's being made to you. Have you come here to court over these days to be a biased witness and give evidence in favor of any of the accused, regardless of the truth?
I'm very aware of my responsibilities, both penal and legal, and I have not come here at all to defend anyone other than the truth and only the truth, and I took the oath to that effect. You have to apologize sometimes when I don't remember everything, because here I come to testify to what I know, to what I have seen, and to what I remember.
So it's right, isn't it, and this is for you to answer here in court today, that you have told the truth in relation to all the questions that you've been asked to the best of your recollection?
Yes, yes.
Then just one other matter in relation to questions that were asked to you in the preparation sessions by Mr. Halling. Did he ever suggest to you in those sessions that you were a biased witness?
Io.
No.
Suggested to you in any way that you were trying to cover for any of the accused?
Io so.
No, he did not.
And did he ever show you a copy of the indictment in this case, with all the charges, all of the incidents, or explain to you what was in the indictment?
Io.
No.
He never showed you any of the actual cases that are charged, that are alleged to be ones regarding collaborators, and ask you to comment on those actual cases and whether you knew anything about them.
Sagt.
Correct.
Mr. Pashota, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Anybody else? No one else seeking the floor? Judge Barta has some questions.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Before you begin, the same routine we did the other day, if you have something, anybody to raise during the judge's questions in the nature of a question or a comment, please let us know by standing, and we will excuse the witness for that, and then we'll go on.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Pashota.
Images.
Good morning.
The panel, Mr. Pashota, has a few more questions for you which we believe are necessary to better understand your evidence and to clarify some issues that, in our view, need further clarification. And I would like to start with what you said in your preparation session with the SPO and what is recorded in preparation note 2, paragraph 36 and paragraph 37. These two paragraphs read as follows. Preparation note 2, paragraph 36. The first core members of what became the central staff were Azem Zula, Celaddin Gashi, Nahid Hazani, Javed Haliti, and WO4401, that is you, Mr. Pashota. They were not initially a staff, just a group of friends who met to consolidate activities in the terrain. The central staff was later named in a communique. There were only small groups in Kosovo at the time, and WO4401 laughed when the communique referred to the group as part of a liberation army. Paragraph 37. After the arrest of Nahid Hazani and the killing of Sahia Payatsiti, this group disbanded and Celaddin Gashi went to Albania. WO4401 was in Albania for 2 months and then was mainly in Cerovic in 1997. The central staff was still issuing communiques in 1997, but WO4401 was not part of it. WO4401 does not know who was issuing these communiques, but before his arrest, communiques were written by Nahid Hazani and Celaddin Gashi. Mr. Pashota, do you recall saying that to the prosecution, and a yes or no answer would suffice at this point?
Oh.
Yes.
You were shown 2 documents last week by the prosecution, namely communique number 28 and communique number 29. Madam Court Officer, could you please put up on the screen Exhibit P273, both in English and Albanian? Thank you. Mr. Pashota, I'm aware that you said you had not seen this communique before, but I would like to ask you to look at the first sentence where it says on 26 December 1996 and 9 January 1997, in the operational zone number 1, our armed units carried out 2 assassinations against collaborators of the Serbian occupier in Kosovo. And this is my first question for you. What and or where was operational zone number 1?
As I said earlier, and you affirmed it, Your Honor, it's a communique that I haven't seen before, and I do not recall that there was any operational zone number 1 at the time. Geladin Gashi and Naid Hassani were the ones who dealt with those zones or sub-zones, as they were called at the time. So I do not know on whether the reference here is to the Drenica or the Lap zones. I do not have that organizational chart of the central staff of the time that would delineate the directories as they existed at the time. In my view, this is a communique that was meant just for the public opinion, and I do not think that there is anything there that is verifiably true.
Thank you, Mr. Bashota. We have information that initially, that is, in the years before the war started, until late 1998, there were operational subzones within one operational zone, which encompassed all of Kosovo, and this terminology changed, and the subzones were transformed into zones. Have you heard of that?
They could have existed on paper, but what I'm stating here is that during the years 1996 and 1997, there were no more than 3 or 4 groups which had organized as self-defense groups. They were not even properly consolidated amongst themselves. The mentioning of zones might have just been as a plan for the future, thinking that maybe the number of KLA soldiers would increase and that they would exist only as plans, as preparatory plans for the conduct of the future war.
Bashota, just to be clear, I'm only talking about terminology. So you mentioned the Drenica zone, and I'll ask you directly, could it be that operational zone number 1 is a reference to the whole of Kosovo?
I think that the entire Kosovo was called an operational zone.
And for example, the Drenica operational zone, could it be that this was, at the time, at least when it comes to terminology, a subzone?
Non-zone.
A subzone, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bashota, have you heard of a person called Faik Belopoya? mentioned here in the second paragraph of this communique?
Jo, in der order.
No, Your Honor.
Do you know whether there was an attack on someone in Bezi or Podojeve in December 1996?
I don't recall.
Can you tell us where you were in December 1996?
När jag tog den åt jag.
In December 1996, I was in my native village.
For the record, this is where?
Saravik.
Tsarovik.
Lindjali.
My first son was born at the time on December the 1st, and I know it for a fact that I was in Tsarovik.
Okay. Do you know whether a forester was attacked by the KLA in December 1996?
Jo.
No.
And have you heard that a person was killed in Pristina in Lagjia? It is spelled Lagjia, Spitalit, at the hospital neighborhood? You heard about that?
Jo.
No.
Thank you. Yesterday, Mr. Bashota, during your questioning, or during questioning by the Krasniqi defense, you were shown a newspaper article about an interview with a person called Fatmir Shoholi, and could we have the exhibit on the screen? It's gone, this one. Thank you. A little bit further down to the communicate. Thank you. Do you remember, Mr. Bashota, that you were shown a newspaper article about an interview with a person called Fatmir Shoholi yesterday by the Krasniqi defense?
Oh.
Yes.
For the record, that's admitted exhibit 4D00098. I would like to know from you, do you know the second person mentioned in communique number 28, Malik Shoholi, who was allegedly a Serbian Socialist Party or SSP member of parliament?
Jo.
No.
Do you know anything about what happened to that person, whether he was killed or who killed him?
Nukedi.
No, I do not. I have no knowledge about it.
Thank you, Mr. Bashota. You said on Thursday last week, and I'm referring to pages 22987 and 22988 of the transcript, that communiques were used to inform the Albanian population in Kosovo and elsewhere, as well as to warn people who collaborated with the enemy. Is that right?
Oh.
Yes.
Do you know how communiques were submitted to the media before they were published? Did the KLA, for example, send faxes to the media?
As I stated here, I have never had a written communique in my hands, and I do not know how they were forwarded. We did what was possible during the war, dependent on the circumstances. In the majority of cases, We had no access to the media, be it printed or electronic, so I do not know.
Thank you. In paragraphs 37 and 59 of Preparation Note 2, and also in this courtroom, you mentioned a person named Sahir Payatsiti. Do you remember that?
For
Yes.
Person with the name Sahir Payatsiti, a KLA member?
for
Yes.
Did he, Mr. Payatsiti, have a nickname?
nog weer goed hoort.
I don't remember.
Could it be that his nickname was Uiku, or in English, wolf?
Second, second.
I don't think so. I've never heard it.
Do you know where Mr. Payatsiti was operating?
Dat ziet hij.
Mr. Paraziti comes from Podujeva, and he would have operated in that part of the region by all accounts.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Could you please bring up Exhibit P275, both in English and Albanian? Thank you, Mr. Bashota. Can you see this communique? Communique number 30. It was on the right side of the page of that newspaper.
Yes.
Do you see that a Sahir Payatsiti is mentioned in this communique? And if we zoom out a little in the Albanian, please, on the left side of the screen, and a little bit further to the left, please. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. You can also see a photo of a person with that name and the words in brackets. Hope you can read it. 1962 to 1997. Can you see that, Mr. Bashota?
For
Yes.
The photo on the left, the man you knew as Sahir Payatsiti.
for duket se është I njëjti.
It appears to be the same person. I can't identify him clearly from the picture, but it appears to be the same person.
Thank you. And could we have the communique in Albanian? A little bit larger, please. Thank you. Mr. Bashota, the first paragraph of this, excuse me, of this communique reads, on the 31st of January 1997, in the late hours of the afternoon, 3 members of our military units, Hakif Zainulahu, Sahir Payatsiti, and Edmund Hoxha, while on their way to carry out a special mission, encountered a large number of occupying Serbian forces. After a heroic resistance in an uneven battle, they gave their lives for the liberation of the country. Mr. Bashota, is this description in line with what you know happened to Sahir Payatsiti in 1997, in January?
E di që janë vrarë në prit.
I know that they were killed in an ambush As to what tasks they were about to perform, as it's written here, I don't know, but I know that they were killed.
My next question, so you don't know what special mission or what the special mission was that Mr. Thaçi and his co-fighters were supposed to carry out? You don't know that?
Yok, tänne
No, I did not know it even at the time.
Thank you. Mr. Bashoda, have you heard of the funeral of a person with the name Miloš Nikolić, who was allegedly executed on the 25th of October 1996?
smuggelt.
I can't remember.
Officer, could we please have exhibit P273 back on the screen, only in the Albanian? Can we zoom in a little bit on communique number 28 on the right? Bottom right. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Bashoda, you said last Thursday on page 23001 of the transcript that this communique was issued outside Kosovo. I'd like to ask you, why did you say that? I'm asking. Because you stated you saw this communique for the first time here in this courtroom last week on Thursday. So how do you know that it was issued outside Kosovo, especially if you look at the bottom right, where it says that it was written or at least issued by the central staff of the KLA in Pristina on the 12th of January 1997.
Toe in de repositor, ik kom
Your Honor, I mentioned the Zari Kosov's newspaper, which used to be published in the West, whereas the reference here that this was issued in Pristina is not something that I remember. But this newspaper came out in Switzerland alone, as far as I know, and that is what I had in mind.
So is it correct that you don't know where it was written? Whether it was written in Pristina or outside Kosovo? Or elsewhere in Kosovo?
Jo nog het sagt.
No, I do not know it with any certainty.
Clarification. Madam Court Officer, could you please bring up exhibit P274, both in English and Albanian? Yes, thank you. There it is. Mr. Bashoda, please take a quick look at this document and tell us whether you know a person named Fazli Hazani from Brabonic, Mitrovica. Do you know that person?
Jo nog een ja.
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Do you know whether this person was actually killed in January 1997?
Jo nog een die.
No, I do not.
Have you heard, if you look at the third paragraph, at least in the English, it should be the same in the Albanian. Have you heard about an assassination attempt on the rector of the Serb University in Pristina, Radovoje Papovic, and or the wounding of his personal driver Nikola Lalic? Have you heard about that?
Po, për ta kom dëgjuar.
Yes, I heard it through the media. Because the Kosovo media at the time covered it extensively, so yes, I have heard about this case.
Just 2 or 3 more questions before we break. Can you tell us what you have heard about what happened to Mr. Popovic and his driver?
Është thonë atë kohë se
At the time, it was reported that the rector, Popovic, was wounded as a result of an explosion in Pristina.
Did you hear who was responsible for that explosion?
jo.
No.
Do you know what caused the explosion?
Nuk e di.
I don't know.
Maybe I can help you with that. Have you heard that the explosion was caused by a remote-controlled car bomb? Does that help you?
Po, kështu është thonë edhe
That's what was reported at the time, that it was an assassination against Rector Popovic through a remotely controlled bomb.
Do you know whether Mr. Popovic and or his driver survived the attack?
me sa mbaj mend, une po.
If I recall correctly, yes.
And my last question before the break, do you know, if you look at the 4th paragraph, it should be the same in the Albanian, do you know a person called Chun Dervishi from Skenderai?
Jo, nuk e di.
No, I don't.
Do you know whether he was killed or wounded in January 1997?
Jo, ndërruar gjyqtar nuk e di.
No, I do not know, Your Honor. Can't remember.
That's it for the moment.
We'll take a half-hour break now, witness. We'll reconvene at 11:30. You may leave the courtroom now with the usher. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Mr. Bashota, we continue with questions from the panel. Judge Barta has the floor.
Thank you and welcome back, Mr. Bashota and duty counsel.
Thank you.
During your testimony here in this courtroom and also in your preparation session, I'm referring to preparation 02, paragraph 37, you mentioned a person named Nahid Hazani as a member of the central staff. You told us that he was arrested. Do you remember that?
Oh,
Yes.
Confirmed on Monday on page 23134 of the transcript in response to a question by the Thaçi defense that Nahid Hazani had been arrested in January 1997. Is that correct, as far as you know?
oh, Mr. Dionne.
Yes, to my recollection, yes, in January.
Can you tell us who arrested Nahid Hazani and why he was arrested?
Arsyet pse saktë nuk e
I don't know the reasons because I never saw the indictment against him, but I saw that he'd been arrested by the secret services of Serbia in Kosovo.
But you don't know why he was arrested.
jo.
I do not.
You also said that Selahattin Gashi went to Albania. Is that correct?
Po, një kohë ka qëndruar në
Yes, he stayed in Prekaz at the legendary commander Ademir Shari's initially before proceeding to Albania.
And can you say when exactly Mr. Gashi left and went to Albania? Was that also in January or February 1997?
jo mendoj ma
I think it was later, but I can't be certain.
But in 1997, still in 1997.
për 97, po.
Yes, 97.
And do you know why Mr. Gashi left Kosovo?
Po, e thash me burgosin e
As I said, with the incarceration of Nait Zahir's killing and Besim Zogai's arrest, we were dispersed and they deemed it impossible to stay on in Kosovo. That's why they went to Albania.
po është në arsye tjetër, unë
If there was any other reason, that is not known to me.
So from the answer you just gave in response to my question, is it, from your point of view, possible that Mr. Gashi left Kosovo and Mr. Hazani was arrested because, or in connection to their activity as members of the central staff?
ka mundësi.
It is likely.
So in other words, it had nothing to do with the arrest of Mr. Hazani with any other criminal activities, drug dealing or other criminal acts, as far as you know?
Nga natyra se unë Nait Hasanin e kom
I used to know Nate Hassan is from the time when he was a student, and I don't think he was involved with any other activity. He's somebody who had been in prison earlier as well, if I recall correctly. And apart from his patriotic activity, I don't think that there was any other reason to explain why he was arrested.
You further stated last Thursday on page 23002 of the transcript and also earlier this week that at the time of the central staff it was said that communiques were written abroad and that Jalaluddin Gashi and Naid Hassani were those who dealt mostly with these. Do you recall saying that?
Po,
Yes.
I would like to know who said that, because you said it was said, who said that communiques were written abroad? When and where did you learn this?
kërë të folë për komunikata që kemi
When we discussed the issue of communication with Naid Hassani, Naid said that this issue is something that we deal with, meaning him, and Plaku, meaning Jalaluddin Gashi. So that information came to me from him.
Was that before or after his arrest?
jo për para.
Before.
Can you remember when it was approximately? Was it in 1996?
Jo ka mundësi më herët.
It's possible it was even earlier.
Can you try to be a little bit more precise?
Po ndoshta ose ka
Maybe around 1994 or 95. I'm not sure about it. I have not paid any particular attention to that, Your Honor.
Thank you, that's not a problem. You also stated here that Jalaluddin Gashi and Naid Hassani were those who dealt mostly with communiques. And of course, this calls for the question, who else in the central staff dealt with communiques in 1996, 1997, apart from Mr. Gashi and Mr. Hassani, because you said mostly.
po këtë më ka thonë Naid Hassani
Naid Hassani told me that communiques are also being issued abroad.
Kosovës së fjala.
And when he said abroad, that means outside the territory of Kosovo.
And he didn't mention any names who was responsible, who was doing that, issuing communiques from abroad, from outside Kosovo.
Jo.
No.
Did he specify from which country these communiques came or were issued?
Jo, s'ma ka përmend.
No, he did not mention.
Mr. Bashota, you confirmed last week on page 23001 of the transcript that you were part of the central staff in December 1996 and January 1997. I'd like to ask you who else was a member of the central staff at that time. You talked about in preparation note 2 and paragraph 36 about the first core members of what became, you said, the central staff, but I'm now interested in knowing from you who was a member of the central staff apart from you and I assume Mr. Hassani and Mr. Gashi, Jalaluddin Gashi, at that time, December 1996, January 1997.
Ka qenë
Azem Syla, Jalaluddin Gashi, Naid Hassani, myself, Ali Ahmeti.
6 persona.
It's 6 people altogether.
Nëse e thash gjithë.
I don't know if I mentioned them all.
Presiding judge just said it could be 5.
Ah,
Can you try to count again and make sure that what you said, your statement is
Oh.
correct?
Azem Syla,
Azem Syla, Javid Haliti, Ali Ahmeti, myself, Naid Hassani, and Jalaluddin Gashi.
That's 6. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bashoda, on Monday you said during your cross-examination by the Thaçi defense that Mr. Thaçi was not a member of the Central Staff in 1996. In 1997, he only became a member of the General Staff in November 1998. Is that correct?
Oh,
Yes.
In response to a question by the Veseli defense yesterday that Mr. Veseli was also not a member of the Central Staff, correct?
voorzakt.
Yes, correct.
Jakub Krasniqi was also not a member of the Central Staff in 1997. Is that correct?
Zakt.
Correct.
So just to be clear, the only accused, according to your statement, who was indeed a member of the Central Staff in 1997 was Mr. Recep Selimi. Is that correct?
Ik heb zo dat een
In my statement, I said that when Gelatin Gashi went to Albania, he mentioned that Recep Selimi and Lahi Brahimi should also join the Central Staff. However, I was neither able to contact Mr. Selimi. I wasn't able to contact Mr. Selimi or be able to make this central staff and its functions operational.
Indeed, Mr. Bashoda, according to Preparation Note 1, paragraph 5, you told the prosecution the following, I quote, "When Gelatin Gashi left for Albania, it was decided that Recep Selimi and Lahi Brahimi should join the Central Staff because so much of the staff had left Kosovo and these two were still in Kosovo. W04401, that is you, Mr. Bashoda, does not believe that Recep Selimi was able to do anything at all in the Central Staff in 1997, end of quote." And could I ask you to tell us again, why was Mr. Recep Selimi not able to do anything in the Central Staff in 1997?
voor perskak se
That was because the group had not been consolidated enough.
You said last Thursday in response to a similar question by the prosecutor at page 22972 of the transcript, quote, "According to my information, we did not meet very often at the time. We didn't spend time together at the time," unquote. I'd like to ask you, what was the information that made you believe that Mr. Selimi was not able to do anything at all in the Central Staff in 1997? In other words, who told you this?
po paktën nga pjesa e shtabit
The rump of the central staff left behind in Kosovo consisted only of myself because Javit Haliti, Ali Ahmet and Nazim Sulla were abroad. I don't know whether it was in Albania or Switzerland. Gelatin Gashi went to Albania. Nate Hassani was arrested, and I was the only one of the central staff left behind in Kosovo. So, to all intents and purposes, that staff had been dissolved as far as its activities inside Kosovo were concerned.
So just to be clear, you're saying this because you and Mr. Selimi were the only members of the Central Staff who remained in Kosovo. Is that right?
po në Kosovë, po nuk është
Yes, but there was no official meeting to make the membership of Recep Selimi and Ibrahim members of the central staff. Plako said that he should be co-opted in there, but he did not delve any further into this matter because he went to Albania.
just, again, I'm seeking clarification from you. Does that mean that Mr. Salimi was indeed not a member of the Central Staff in 1997, that he was only supposed to become a member, didn't become a member because you didn't meet, or you didn't have the opportunity to meet with members of the Central Staff, other members of the Central Staff, to decide whether he should become a member or not?
I think what you're saying is correct to the best of my knowledge.
So again, for my understanding, it was necessary. Was it necessary that a decision was taken to so that Mr. Salimi could become a member of the Central Staff? A collegial decision by the other members of the Central Staff. Is that what you're saying? Or?
Yes.
I think I understand now. Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Bashota, let me ask you the following question, and this is really important, and I will tell you in a second, if you bear with me, why I'm asking the question again. Were you personally involved in writing or publishing communiques after the arrest of Naid Hazzani in January 1997? I'm now explaining to you why I'm asking the question again, because we have heard from the prosecution, that's on page 23080 of the transcript, that Mr. Recep Salimi has apparently stated that you were, quote, one of the people who dealt with communiques during 1997. So I would like to ask you again, Mr. Bashota, is it still your evidence that you were not involved in writing or publishing communiques, or that you were not dealing with communiques at all in 1997?
I have not written a single communique, Your Honor.
I understand, but again, I'm seeking clarification. Do you have any explanation why Mr. Salimi said that you were one of the people that dealt with communiques in 1997?
I don't know what Mr. Salimi has said. The prosecutor said, if I remember correctly, that Mr. Salimi did not say that you have mainly dealt with this one, or whether I dealt with it. He might have made an assumption there, but the reality is that I have not written a single communique.
Mr. Bashota, I checked the quote myself. What's in the transcript is that Mr. Salimi had said, I'm quoting now from what is recorded in the transcript, that you were, Soko Bashota, was one of the people that dealt with the communique during 1997. So this is what is recorded. And I know, of course, you were not there. I wasn't there either, so this is why I'm asking you whether you have an explanation why you're saying that. The only reason.
I have no way of knowing why he would have stated that, but I can state here with full responsibility that I have not written a single communique myself.
And you have also not published or dealt otherwise with communiques, giving input, giving information, providing information to the people who wrote the communiques in 1997, because you were in Kosovo.
I was in Kosovo in 1997, yes. And for part of the time I was in Albania too. But I have not written any communiques.
And you had not given information, as I just indicated, provided information to someone or wrote communiques or published communiques about events in Kosovo, what happened on the ground while you were in Kosovo?
I cannot recall ever having been able to suggest anything to anyone.
As far as you know, was one of the accused involved in writing or publishing communiques in 1997? The accused here in this courtroom?
No, I don't believe so.
Can you tell us why you don't believe that one of the accused was involved in writing or publishing communiques in 1997? I'm only talking about the time 1997.
Because none of them had any such responsibility at the time.
Again, just to be clear about that point, assuming that communiques were not written in Kosovo, they were written abroad, as you said, or also abroad, how can you be sure that they were not written or published by, for example, accused who were not in Kosovo, for example, according to your statement, Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Veseli, who were not living in Kosovo at the time either?
What I mentioned was the post that they did not hold within the Kosovo Liberation Army at the time. I cannot assume if somebody had been able to write a communique or not. However, they had no such official responsibility, so I do not know on whether they have been able to write one or not.
I understand that there was no, according to your statement, no official responsibility to write or publish communiques, but I would like to know who had the authority within the central staff to write or publish communiques in 1996, 1997. Who could do that?
I did state here about Naid because he told me that we deal with this from 1996 until Naid's arrest. And as I said, I have dedicated some time trying to find out the origin of the drafting of these communiques. I don't know whether it was Azam Sula, Javid Hadliti, or others who stayed abroad in Albania, or whether it was members of the Kosovo People's Movement, because a number of communiques came out of their press organ. So I do not know if otherwise if these people had authority to write them at the time.
So Mr. Hassani had the authority, or at least he acted and issued and published communiques before he was arrested, together with maybe Mr. Chelidin Gashi, as you said. But would you have had the authority to write or publish a communique in 1996, 1997? If you had wanted to do that, of course.
No, I did not have such authority to write a communique.
Can I ask you why you didn't have such an authority? Because you were a member of the central staff, and other members of the central staff, and Mr. Hassani and Mr. Gashi, wrote and published communiques. Why didn't you have the authority to do that?
për shkak se Nate Thaçi ka qenë atëherë
Thaçi was in charge of the central staff at the time, and I did not have a responsibility to write one.
atë kohë përmend qartë. Edhe Azem Sylla
Azem Sylla was mentioned as being the commander, and I do not know what level of cooperation they had between the two of them in the drafting of these communiques.
And who gave the two, Mr. Hazani and Mr. Gashi, the authority to write and draft communiques? Was that Azem Sylla or another person? Or was it decided among the members of the central staff before the arrest of Mr. Hazani and Mr. Gashi leaving the country? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
me siguri
Azem Sylla must certainly have given that authorization.
ose i kanë bashkërenduar, ose ka informuar.
Oh, it was just a question of cooperation or information. That's the kind of procedure that I think should have been followed.
Mr. Bashota, it was okay, you accepted that other people, other members of the central staff, like Mr. Hazani, Mr. Gashi, issued communiques on behalf of the central staff and in the name of the central staff. Is that right? Personally, for you, personally?
Jo s'ke pas problem.
It wasn't a problem for me.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Bashota, the panel would like to know from you the following. Who was responsible for writing and publishing communiques, political or other declarations of the KLA during the war in 1998 and 1999?
Personalisht kur s'jam interesuar me e ditë dhe
I had absolutely no interest in finding out who did that, and I do not. I paid no attention to the writing of the communiques. That wasn't a task that I was able to perform, and I never asked anyone as to who was drafting them and who was issuing them, whether it was being done inside Kosovo or abroad. I have no information, and as such, I just dare not single out somebody as the author of them.
So it's still your evidence that you have no personal knowledge of who was writing and publishing communiques from February 1997 until the end of the war, as you have confirmed during cross-examination by the Thaçi defense. Is that still your evidence?
Unë nuk kam me sa kam kujtesën nuk më kujto.
If to the best of my recollection, I do not think that anyone from amongst the members of the General Staff would have been able to write them.
And do you know who was writing or issuing political declarations for the KLA during that time? I'm not talking about communiques now, I'm talking about political declarations or other statements on behalf of the KLA, the general staff of the KLA, to be more precise.
Unë nuk e di sakt.
I don't know for sure, but I think that it was possible to do that from the office of Mr. Demaci regarding the various matters. I don't know for sure whether the director of political directorate, Mr. Thaçi, had this. He had the power, but I don't know if he did write any such statements. This I don't know.
Mr. Bashoda, I remember correctly you said that you were a member of the General Staff and at least for some time also the Deputy Commander of the KLA. And this is why I'm saying in relation to what I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, also a member of the Political Directorate. Is that right? Were you a member of the Political Directorate?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm asking that because we have heard in this courtroom from other witnesses that the Political Directorate had only very few members and was chronically understaffed. Would you agree with that proposition?
oh,
Yes.
So you said it could be that the office of Mr. Thaçi was issuing political declarations on behalf of the KLA, but if I understood you correctly, it could also be that the political directorate, in this case Mr. Thaçi, had issued political declarations, but you don't know whether he actually did that. Is that your evidence?
zacht.
Yes, correct.
So if there were only a few people in this political directorate, can you explain to us why you don't know what other members, the few other members of the political directorate did? Were you not present when other members were working, or?
Nee, die in de was dat
Your Honor, I don't know what impression is created regarding such forums and the general staff of the KLA. In addition to the seat in Divjak, we didn't have an organized staff per se, like in the conditions of peace. It was a wartime, and we met very rarely then. And in most cases, not everyone attended. I said that in those very few meetings, each and everyone reported on their meetings. If I had a meeting with Sean or somebody else, I reported on that meeting on what we said. Jakub Krasniki, if he had discussed with some internationals, also did the same, and Mr. Thaçi, who mainly was responsible for higher level meetings like with Petric and other international personalities. They reported on the specific work they had done and the specific meetings they had had. As to the communiques, I don't know how they went about it.
Very well. Mr. Bashoda, my final questions concern preparation note 2, paragraphs 32 to 35, where you talked about the arrest and detention of the 2 Serbian journalists and the 2 political activists, Cendescu and Jakub Castrati. Do you remember that? That you talked about that during your preparation session, also, of course, in this courtroom.
Yes.
Mr. Bashoda, let me ask you directly, is it still your evidence that you don't know who made the decision to release the 4 prisoners?
pointer was.
Yes, Your Honor.
Indeed, you already said in your preparation session, that's in paragraph 35 of preparation note 2, that you don't know who made, at least what is recorded here, the order to release any of the persons, but you learned about them from Sean Burns and Adem Demaci's letter. Is that right?
Io so.
Not exactly. There is something wrong in your description. Demaci sent me a letter through his driver, I think, or some associate of his. In the meantime, Schoenberg called me, and he said that he had discussed this issue with Mr. Demaci, and that there was a request for the presence of 2 journalists from a Serbian agency who wanted to be present during this ceremony. Merely notified me of 2 Serbian journalists who were supposed to come and be present during this ceremony.
Did you talk to anyone from the general staff about what you should do or say in relation to the prisoners?
No, with no one. I was waiting that day for a U.S. delegation from KDOM, U.S. KDOM, to come there to my family for dinner, about 5 or 7 people. And I referred only to that letter, which I wrote down in notebook of mine, because I wasn't clear about the ceremony, how it would develop. I tried to learn the letter by heart. And in the video, you can see that I did not remember all the words, accurately all the words that Demaci wrote in his letter. I tried to describe the contents of that letter, which I altered there. Sometimes you can notice some muttering in the way I spoke, because that was my first public appearance before the media and in the presence of such a large number of journalists. I had never been in that situation before.
And Mr. Bashoda, you said yesterday you couldn't recall getting instructions from Mr. Thaçi, but you could recall receiving instructions from Mr. Demaci, who told you on the phone that you should mention democracy as much as you could in your speech to the press. Is that right? Did you have a phone call with Mr. Demaci before you went to the location where the prisoners were released, ultimately released?
Yes. After that letter, we communicated with Mr. Demaci about this.
You just said we, at least according to our translation. We communicated with Mr. Demaci. Are you referring to yourself and another person, or only to yourself?
I said we, but I have to correct it. I meant myself. During these 3-4 days, I was asked so many questions, Your Honor, that I sometimes can get mixed up. I meant myself. I spoke with him.
I asked. And so there was a phone call. You had a phone call with Mr. Demaci, and is it correct, as it was described, I think, in the note we saw yesterday during cross-examination, that Mr. Thaçi advised you or recommended to mention democracy as much as you could, or was it an instruction?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Your Honor. I think you used the wrong name in the question.
Thaçi. Did I say Thaçi? Yeah. I meant, of course, I'm very sorry for that mistake. I meant Mr. Demaci. I repeat my question. Is it correct? Because I was thinking about the note the Thaçi defense showed to us, that Mr. Demaci told you on the phone to mention democracy as much as you could in your speech to the press.
påstås.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you, in fact, mention democracy as much as you could?
Diska demokrati.
I mentioned something. I think I did mention democracy or democratic.
And just to be clear about that, was Mr. Thaçi a member of the KLA General Staff at the time, that is in or at the end of November 1998?
Nuk më thamë që ka qenë
I cannot say that he was part of the general staff with some official duty, but he was appointed by the general staff as a political representative of the KLA and as the adequate person to set up the institutions of Kosovo at that time. Yes, he was.
Thank you. And just to be clear on another point, because we heard from different views, there were different views about what an instruction is, an order is, or an advice is, or recommendation. Was that what Mr. Thaçi told you on the phone? From your perspective, of course, from your point of view, was that an instruction, an order, military order, or an advice, recommendation? That he, when he mentioned that you should mention democracy as often as possible.
Yes, besoj.
I don't think it was an order, but mainly I would say it was a recommendation.
Was it possible? Did Mr. Thaçi had the authority to give orders to members of the KLA General Staff at the time, in November 1998 or later?
Unë s'mund të thamë
I cannot say it was an order in the classical sense of the word, but he had an influence and the authority. Adem Thaçi was an emblem and remains as such for all Albanians of Kosovo. Therefore, it was not possible to say for sure it was an order or an advice. But if he said something, most probably, for example, in the case of the Rambouillet delegation, other than that issue, we didn't have any issue, any confrontation with him.
So would it be, because you said he had the authority, would it be possible for him to order you or to instruct you to step down from your position? Or other members of the General Staff, could he say, could he order, instruct, give such an instruction? That somebody from the General Staff is replaced by another person, for example?
Not this, but if he had put up if he had submitted such a request to the General Staff, provided he argued that request, I think that would have been fulfilled.
I know this is hypothetical, and because I don't think that he ever gave such an order or instruction or recommendation. If Mr. Thaçi had asked the General Staff to stop the war, would that instruction, recommendation, order been followed?
I think that during the wartime period, even if the General Staff itself had issued such an order, I don't think the zones would have complied with that order. Because it was the will of the people, of the citizens at that time to join this war, and it was a voluntary war, and that the idea of liberation had penetrated everywhere, in every family, was embraced by all individuals. So all tried to contribute to the liberation of Kosovo from Serbia.
But I was asking, hypothetically, of course, about an order, instruction, recommendation, whatever you want to call it, by Mr. Thaçi to the General Staff to stop the war. With such an order, recommendation, would the General Staff have complied with such an order, recommendation, advice?
Po të hjeka një paralele.
I drew a parallel that such a request would be very dangerous for that time, but I don't think it would have been respected.
So let's leave the hypotheticals aside and go back to the facts. Two or three more questions from me about what happened at the prisoner exchange. Would like to know from you, were there other members, any other members of the General Staff present apart from you? Or were you the only member of the General Staff at the end of November 1998 when the 4 prisoners were released?
Present.
You mean present there?
At the site where the prisoner release occurred.
To my recollection, there wasn't anyone else other than me. I don't think there was anyone else.
We saw we of course, watched the video and we saw masked men with weapons in the video, but from what you know, can you say who else was there from the KLA that you know?
No.
I don't know. To tell you the truth, I don't think there was someone that I remember so that I could mention them by name. So many years have passed since then, so now I can't think of anyone else being present or whether I knew any one of them.
Was a operational zone commander present?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Mr. Bashoda, you confirmed yesterday that you had told the Thaçi defense during a meeting in April 2022 that, this is put in brackets here, our transcript, you were never able to find out who took the 2 LDK activists. That is a reference to Ciandescu and Jakub Castrati, I assume. Is that right?
Oh.
Yes.
Told the Thaçi defense in April 2022 that you were not able to find out who took Mr. Descu and Castrati, Mr. Castrati.
Sagt.
Correct.
You did exactly in order to find out what had happened to Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati? Did you talk to other people or what did you do?
I personally couldn't do anything. I cannot claim to have done something. When I was asked by internationals I tried to inquire whether someone knew anything about their fate, and I didn't get any answer from the persons I asked. It's not that I asked in many places. I don't remember accurately whom I asked, but we knew nothing until the moment of their release. Then, after their release, I gave no further thought to that issue.
I'm asking that because, Mr. Bushota, you said in relation to, I think, Mr. Descu, if not mistaken, that it was a scandal that this person was arrested and detained by other people. And this is why I'm asking what you did. You just said it's after their release, it was not, or you gave no further thought to that issue. So did you do anything after the release of Mr. Descu, Mr. Castrati? Did you talk, for example, to or with one of the accused about it or other people?
Io
No. Because I could not talk to them, because I didn't even know they were responsible for their arrest. But I just rejoiced at the fact that Sandescu was released and that he was in the bosom of his family and among ourselves. He was a very good person, a distinguished activist of the national issue, somebody who was mistreated, beaten by the Serbian regime as a result of his activity. So for me, it will be a scandal what happened by whoever that may have been done. Jakub I knew after the war, and from my meeting with him, I created the best impression of him as a person and as a personality.
Thank you, Mr. Bushota. I have no further questions.
Judge Metro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Bushota.
Good morning, sir.
Are you able to confirm that sometimes in 1999, Directorate for Foreign Relations and Civilian Administrations, or G5, was created within the KLA General Staff?
When we did the restructuring of the KLA with the organizational chart by Mr. Zurabi, I know that they refer to this G1, G2, G3, but for me it was an unknown form of organization, military organization, because I'm not versed in them. There were from G1, I think, to G7 or G8. I don't remember how many Gs there were, but there were. I can't say for sure I cannot confirm for sure what you are putting to me.
In that way, do you know Rambuya?
Ponia.
Yes, I do.
In November of 1998, he was a member of the General Staff of the KLA.
Yes.
Do you remember him to be heading at that time?
I don't know for sure whether it was called the Civilian Affairs Directorate or Local Affairs Directorate, something similar.
Would you be able to confirm that if and when the KLA General Staff created a directorate, the General Staff would at the same time or shortly thereafter adopt certain regulations to regulate the way in which the said directorate would function? Can you confirm this?
spoke após
Yes, there was something to that effect.
Can you also confirm that at the zone level, there were no such things as directorates? Are you able to confirm that?
ik geef jou een project.
You mean the civilian directorate or also the other directorate, like a replica of the directorates of the general staff?
Both. Can you first confirm whether there were directorates, to your knowledge, at the operational zone level?
Jos hebben zij.
No, I don't think so.
Therefore, I think you confirmed it implicitly, no directorate on civilian affairs at the zone level, correct?
Yes.
No.
I don't remember this, whether they existed at the local level. Maybe yes, but I don't know what Mr. Buya did all the time, because I resigned, as you know, and I submitted my resignation at the beginning of February. I learned about the directories in January, but I can't be accurate about that.
Ask you about a few things you said about the decision-making process within the general staff. Now, last week, on the questioning from the SPO, I understood you to agree to the proposition that the decision-making process at the general staff was collective in nature. That's page 22987 of the transcript. Did I understand this correctly?
Yes.
Now, this week you told Mr. Mišetić, that, who is counsel for Mr. Thaçi, that there were instances where decisions of the general staff would be taken without consultation of all the members of the general staff. Did I understand this correctly?
Yes. Because it was not very relevant for the general staff when somebody was missing in a certain meeting to wait for that person to come and have the meeting on another day and make the decision, because it was wartime, and so that might happen. They might make the decision in that way.
I'm about to ask you to do. I'll put to you a number of propositions that have been made by certain individuals, and I will then ask you to comment upon it. Now, the first thing I want to ask you is this. In a interview he gave, and I will give the reference in a second, Mr. Recep Selimi described the leadership of the general staff as, and I quote, collective leadership, end of quote. That's exhibit P761, part 5, page 12. Now, is that a description that you would agree with in terms of how you understood the general staff to function?
I do not think it was like that. I didn't have the interview in front of me, Your Honor, to be able to see what Mr. Salimi said, in order to be able to work out why he had that view.
The registry, please, to assist in that respect. It exhibit P7615, and it's at page 12. So this is in the English. I'll start at line 10. I'll go to the question. The investigator is asking Recep Selimi the following. Was there a sort of someone step forward and say, I'll take care of that? Did Krasniqi say, open quote, you ensure that the zone commanders know to do this? Explain to me exactly, mechanically, how decision about how to deal with that. And then Mr. Selimi is recorded as answering this. If you haven't got a very accurate picture from my explanation, it also means that not everything was perfect within the work of the General Staff. We mustn't forget that I did mention at the beginning that our leadership was a collective leadership rather than the leadership of one person alone. So now that you have context, I'll ask my question again. Do you agree with Recep Selimi's depiction of the leadership of the General Staff of the KLA as being collective leadership?
Your Honor, the passage that you read was not shown in my screen, so I can't see it.
Thank you for that, Mr. Halling. Are you now able to locate the answer? I think it's in the middle of your page, sir.
I can see it now.
Agree with that suggestion of Mr. Selimi?
I agree with the conclusion that not everything was perfect within the General Staff. But that people who were present could have taken the responsibility for certain issue regardless of the number of General Staff members present therein. The absences of attendance were due to the difficulties of movement within a territory that was largely controlled by Serbian forces.
You've answered my question. I'll ask it a third time. Do you agree with Mr. Selimi's suggestion that your leadership in the KLA General Staff was a collective leadership? Do you agree or disagree with that proposition?
Your Honor, I try to explain. When we say collective, that's what I tried to explain. Collective for me also entails the number of people who took part in a certain meeting. Those members who were able to were the ones who met. If they were not in favor of a certain decision, the decision was taken by a majority. And those who were against a certain decision did not dispute the outcome.
5 of the same document, please, in the English. And it should be 15 in the Albanian as well. Can we scroll back up a little bit in the English, please? Thank you. Mr. Bashota, can you try and find a question by the investigator where it says it doesn't matter whether a member of the general staff is ordering another member? Do you see that in the Albanian?
No, that is not on the screen.
Page in the Albanian, please. And can you see it now? And if not, we'll go to the next page.
I believe it's on line 13, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Off page 16.
We'll go to page 16 now. Can you see a question which in English said it doesn't matter whether a member of the general staff is ordering another member of the general staff to do something? Do you see that?
Number 16 is still there. It's at 12 and 13.
So read it, and when you reach the end of the page, please let me know. And if you can scroll down a little bit for Mr. Bashota. Thank you. And here is the...
That's the question, yes. That is the question.
I'll read the English for you, and then I'll turn the page in the Albanian for you. The question is, or the comment by the investigator is, it doesn't matter whether a member of the general staff is ordering another member of the general staff to do something, or it's a collective discussion among equals about how to proceed, or somewhere in between. But that is the piece that we're trying to understand. And if it's varied, okay. Maybe it wasn't the same way every time, but can you give us a sense of that? And the recorded answer of Mr. Selimi is, I would say that this is the one that it changed from meeting to meeting, from issue to issue. But I would like to say again, and we'll turn in the Albanian, but I would like to say again that the decision on the general staff was a decision that was taken with everybody agreeing to that decision. This is what I consider a decision of the general staff. Do you see that?
Oh.
Yes, I do.
With that proposition?
Oh.
Yes.
You said it, but put it in your own words. Does it mean that the decision of the general staff reflected the views of all of its members?
Po patjetër.
Certainly, yes, if it came up with a decision, if it ended up with a decision.
The same question, but in a different way. Is there any decision of the general staff of the KLA or of the central staff of the KLA, for that matter, that was taken and that you would disagree with as of today?
Është kohë e gjatë dhe nuk muj me.
It's been a long time and I can't give you an example on whether there was a topic that I disagreed with or on whether I was unhappy with. Because if I had been present, I would have been able to state my views on that particular topic. However, if the majority decided to approve it, that decision would have been acceptable to me. But I cannot give you an example. Maybe there were instances, but it's been such a long time that I cannot retrieve an example.
I want to ask you about something Jakub Krasniqi said, and I'll use his own words, and then I'll do the same thing and ask you whether you agree with that, and I'll provide the reference in a second. Speaking of the general staff, or the work of the general staff, Jakub Krasniqi described the work within the KLA general staff as, and I quote, collective work, end of quote. And he also talks of a collective command within the KLA general staff. And for the record, it's U015-8743, that's Mr. Krasniqi's book, at page 8775, and statement to the same effect in P1091 and P1138, page 9. Now, would you agree with the description that Mr. Krasniqi gave of the work of the general staff as collective work and its way of functioning as collective command? Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, it is true that we did carry out collective work because we ironed out all differences in there. However, every single one of us had their own responsibilities.
Now, I'd like to go a bit further in trying to understand exactly how this collective endeavor function. It's been suggested, and I'll provide the reference in a second, that the way in which the general staff was functioning and how you interacted with your fellow general staff member was in effect horizontal in nature, in the sense that you were not giving orders to each other. Would you agree with that?
Oh.
Yes.
That's SPOE 000533380 at page 385, and it's Mr. Salimi. You also said, I think, and again, qualify it if you feel you should, that at least when it was possible to do so, and we understand there were exceptions, that there would be a process of consultation between general staff members before decisions of the staff were made. Is that correct?
Yes. every topic raised was followed up with discussions and ended up in a decision if the need was to come up with one.
I want to ask you to look at something again, and I will ask you then to comment upon it. It's something that was said, so that you understand, by Bislim Zerapi. And the reference, if I may, is IT-05-87.1 P00427. And so that you know what you're looking at, Mr. Bashota, it's an ICTY statement of Bislim Zerapi, and the ERN is, I believe, the same for the Albanian. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Bashota?
Oh.
Yes.
Page 9 in both languages, please. And I'll ask you, sir, to look at paragraph 37. While you're looking at it, I'll read what the English version says. It says, decisions regarding, well, first I should say he's speaking about 1999 at this point. He says, decisions regarding operations would be taken following consultations in a face-to-face meeting within the general staff and the relevant zone commander. And he said, after March, speaking of March of 1999, it became difficult, if not impossible, to have face-to-face meetings with the zone commanders, so discussions would take place via phone or radio communication. When this type of communication was not possible, zone commanders would have authority to act using their own discretion, informing the general staff as soon as possible. Now, we understand that at some point in 1999 you resigned your position and left the KLA general staff, but would that description given by Mr. Zerapi of how the process of consultation was being carried out correspond to your own experience of this matter while you were a member of the general staff?
Nuk e di nëse e kom pas në përvojët e tij.
I don't know if I ever experienced such a thing. However, under the conditions of war, in his capacity as Chief of Staff, Bislim Zerapi would have been able to consult every single member of the General Staff and all zone commander regarding operations to be carried out.
May I take this to mean that you have no reason to dispute the account of Mr. Zerapi as to how this process was being conducted?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about the process of reporting within the General Staff. Could the registry please bring up Exhibit P761, and it would be part 4, please. And again, sir, for your guidance and understanding, this is part of an interview of Mr. Recep Selimi given to the office of the prosecutor here in late November 2019. And I'll ask to go to page 7 in the English, please. If we can scroll down the English a little bit, please. Can we scroll back up the English, please? Then to the previous page. So in the English, it would start on that page at line 21, and I believe it's also page 6 in the Albanian. Can I ask you, sir, to find a question by the investigator that says, and I assume if the general commander had been present at the meeting, that various directorates heads would report events within the authority of the directorate. Can you see that? I heard you say yes. Have you found the passage, sir?
I can see it.
In the English, and then I'll ask you about it. So, again, this is Mr. Salimi being asked about the inner workings of the general staff and how reporting was occurring within the general staff. And he's asked, and I assume if the general commander had been present at the meeting, that various directorates heads would report events within the authority of their directorate. And this is Mr. Salimi's recorded answer. This is how it went. In the absence of the general commander and due to practical issues, we reported within, please turn the page, within the meetings of the general staff. Each of us reported in the general staff meetings whatever we wanted to report. The nature of the work of each of the directorates was different, and of course the reporting was different from each other. They weren't just reports, they were also analyses, they were also important decisions, there were analyses and information. There were also joint meetings with zone commanders. Therefore, I can't specify which was the typical nature of the general staff meetings. However, he goes on to say, the heads of the operational directorates, being staff officers, couldn't give orders and could not accept orders. In the meetings of the general staff, important decisions were taken that are now known by the public opinion. I mentioned one of them earlier on, which was the appointment of Mr. Thaçi as the representative of the KLA in Pristina, the decisions and the decision to participate in the Rambouillet conference, the agreement on appointing the zone commanders, and the agreement on appointing the Prime Minister of the Provisional Government. These were also some of them important decisions that were taken by the General Staff. And he goes on to say, if we can scroll back a little bit, and Mr. Bashota, let us know if you need the page turned for you. It says, and there was debates and discussions about decisions, and naturally there were different opinions, but in the end, the general opinion was respected. This is how the General Staff operated as a body. Most of the decisions were collegial decisions. Now, would you agree with this description that Recep Selimi gave of the inner workings of the general staff as far as you know it?
Po profesor kështu është.
Yes, that's the way it functioned roughly. He mentioned some of the decisions that were taken, like the Rambouillet talks, the decision on the delegation to attend, yes.
Proposition to you, and we'll go into a bit of detail in a second, but would you agree with the suggestion that as a military organization, reporting from the ground, or in your case from the zone, was an important aspect of the decision-making process? Because before you take a decision, you should know what's happening on the ground. Would you agree with that suggestion?
Po kjo po kështu mund të themi, por
Yes, you can say that. However, there were many decisions that were taken by the zone commanders on the ground, people who had their autonomous decision-making powers. If there was anything specific, we would be able to visit. The meetings of the General Staff, as I said, were few and far between. Not everybody was able to attend because of the risk posed on the ground. However, if a decision had been arrived at, even if you did not agree with it, you had to go along if the majority had taken that decision.
I'll ask the question in a different way. Were there occasions, to your knowledge, when the General Staff took a decision without first informing itself about what was happening on the ground?
I can't recall that.
Witness, it's time for a lunch break. You will be excused for an hour and a half. We'll be back here at 2:30. Please do not speak with anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony, and you may leave the court now with the court usher.
Your Honor, just a short question in relation to the reserve witness. The reserve witness is in The Hague. We still believe there's at least a good prospect of this witness starting and finishing tomorrow. Do you want that reserve witness here on standby for the third session?
Keep him available, yeah.
Understood.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Ms. Rowan, go ahead. Oh,
Your Honor, it's if I may stand to make this objection, I did follow your guidance, obviously, Your Honor, not to do it with the witness present. And that's in relation to the current line of questioning, which in our submission can only be viewed as putting a case of collective responsibility in respect of the General Staff and all of those involved in it, which is consistent with the case put by the prosecution of the joint criminal enterprise. So we are objecting on that basis, particularly because of the way in which it's been put as a case with leading questions. And Your Honours, our request would be one that if these matters are to be explored, of course, matters can properly be explored by Your Honours in relation to these core issues, then they should not be done in the mode of putting a case. That's our first point. And secondly, in fairness to the defence, if collective responsibility is at the heart of this, and that's the focus of the questioning, then the specific decisions that are going to be relied on should be identified, depending on who was involved in those decisions, which accused were there or not present, so that the issue of responsibility can be clear.
The question of collective decision-making was not raised by the panel in the first place. It came up by several people, and it's being explored now. Your objection's overruled. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honours.
Please bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Bashota, we will continue with questions from Judge Mitro.
And good afternoon, Mr. Bashota.
Good afternoon, sir.
Before we parted, before lunch, we were discussing the process of reporting within the general staff, and I had put a passage of a statement of Recep Selimi. Is it right that the directorates of the general staff would report to the general staff about their activities?
Yes, there have been instances of them reporting whenever they have deemed it necessary.
In terms of the process of how this would occur, would it be the director of the directorate who would report? Would it be a staff of the directorate? Would it be a mixture of the two?
When the director or some staff was also a member of the general staff, depending on the nature of the work they did, they have reported.
This would be the case, for example, about G2. The intelligence directorate would report to the general staff, correct?
I don't remember about the intelligence directorate member be present during the meetings of the general staff because of the fact that their chief moved out of Kosovo because of his duties.
Then put something to you and ask you to comment on it. It's for the English version SPOE 000 53380 to SPOE 000-53393 ET, and I believe that the Albanian has a slightly different ERN, that is SPOE 000-53377. And just so that you can orientate yourself, this is in effect a book of interviews given by Recep Selimi to a journalist called Adriatic Kelmendi. First, do you know that book, sir?
You in the word.
No, Your Honor.
We'll go to page SPOE 000-53392 in the English, please. And in the Albanian, I believe it would be page 16 of the PDF. It should be page 16 towards the bottom. Can you find the sentence that starts with the word "SHIK Kosovo Intelligence Service was established by the provisional government and was supposed to be extinguished by it"? Do you see that in the Albanian?
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
Between Mr. Kelmendi and Mr. Recep Selimi on that issue. Mr. Kelmendi, at this time, and this has been a topic of discussions lately, the Kosovo Intelligence Service, SHIK, was established. Mr. Selimi, no, we should bear in mind one thing. At this time, there was no intelligence service. The KLA did not have a SHIK. The KLA had its own department, G2, which was a military intelligence department with its own tasks, as in other army, just like other armies have their intelligence departments. The KLA too had its own intelligence directorate. I'll stop there for a second. Is it correct up to that point what Mr. Selimi is saying here?
As far as I know, he was chief of intelligence service. I'm not clear whether he was chief of G2. I said to you that such names like G1, G2 were unknown to me. But what you are putting to me seems to be unclear to me, to my recollection.
What's unclear to you up to the point that I've read to you?
Because I don't know if Kadri Veseli was chief of G2.
Now I'll read the rest of it. But what I've read so far, is there anything you take issue with in what Mr. Selimi said?
For this part, until this paragraph, it may be as he says.
Goes like this. The journalist, Mr. Kelmendi, who led this directorate? Recep Selimi. It was led by Kadri Veseli from the moment when it was established and up until the establishment of SHIK. He was then assigned chief of SHIK. What I'm saying is that the KLA did not have a SHIK, it had a G2, an intelligence department, just like any other army in the world. So I understand your previous answer to suggest that it is your evidence that you don't know whether Kadri Veseli was head of G2. Is that right?
Exact.
Correct.
As follows. Mr. Kelmendi, who did this service provide with information? And Recep Selimi is recorded as saying, similar to other commanding structures, the Kele Intelligence Directorate with the coded name G2, parenthesis, in all the armies, end of parenthesis, it's called G2, close of parenthesis, reported directly to the General Staff, or rather I will call it leadership organ. So are you in a position to confirm or dispute what Mr. Selimi is saying here about the reporting of the Intelligence Directorate to the General Staff of which you were a member?
If this happened, it must have happened after my departure from the General Staff, because I have no information whether these departments were restructured again, what happened with them. But during my stay there, I don't know that G2 reported to the General Staff. And I don't remember whether Kadri Veseli was the one who did the reporting.
When you took decisions, operational decisions, who was providing you information about what the situation was on the ground, and in particular, where Serbian troops were?
Mainly it was done through the reports, the relationship of Mr. Zurabi with the zone commanders. He was informed by them, and from them he got a more realistic idea of the positions of the Serb forces.
Today is that you never received, at least when you were present, with other members of the General Staff, information from the Intelligence Directorate. Do I get that right?
We did not receive reports in the General Staff as much as I know. When I was there, I don't recall to have received such reporting.
Ask you about the chronology of your involvement with the KLA and with the General Staff, as I was not entirely clear about this. So I want to give you an opportunity to clarify what may be. Now, when do you say you were first involved with the KLA?
Personally, I joined the KLA from the beginning of our efforts at the time when there were some organized groups for the defense, self-defense. I was one of those persecuted by the Serb regime. And then I got armed and refused to fall alive in the hands of the Serbian police. When we were students, we were part of that parallel education system in improvised facilities in Pristina.
Shota, my question was not precise enough. I'll ask it again. What year you say you were first involved with the KLA?
In 1994.
And by between the period of 1994, 1995, 1996, and 1997, you were involved in a number of operations and actions on behalf of the KLA. Is that right?
At that time, our duty was to deal mainly with the unification of these groups that had spread out in Kosovo, establish the logistical base for them in order for us to come up to the point of arming. Usually at the time we organized trips to Albania to get weapons.
Organized trips to Macedonia to get weapons, is that right?
Once we were in Macedonia.
As with Naid Hassani and Recep Selimi, is that right?
I don't know whether Recep Selimi was with us. Maybe he was.
And that occasion was in 1996, is that right?
I don't remember the year exactly, but we didn't enter the territory of Macedonia. The weapons were brought to us by someone whose name I don't know.
To say, and of course correct me if that understanding is it correct, that you were one of the first to join the central staff of the KLA. Is that correct?
That's part of you.
Among the first, not the first.
I understand that. And the others whom you said you recall are the other fives that you mentioned earlier today. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Explain when you gave your interview to the ICTY, your statement to the ICTY at the time, and again, correct me if that's incorrect, that one of the first things you did with this group of individuals was to elect your commander, Azem Sula. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
At that time, you were part of the political directorate of the KLA.
You're not going.
No, at that time there was no political directorate established.
And I think you said this morning that you joining the KLA general staff, according to your account, would have been in 1996, late 1996, early 97. Is that a correct understanding? Or was it earlier?
Yeah.
No. I joined the KLA to the central staff in 94.
I'm grateful. Now I'd like to show you something you were already shown, I think it was yesterday. It's exhibit P847, please. Do you recall being shown this interview of Azem Sula? Do you recall being shown this earlier in your questioning?
Oh,
Yes.
I'd like to take you to the same part as you were taken in questioning, and it's at page SITF 0024301. I think in the English it should be the next page. It bears the same ERN for some reason. I'll ask you, sir, to find a question which in English reads, when was the KLA General Staff created and who were its members? And Azem Sula goes on, I think it's to the left of your screen in the first column. Can you see that?
Yes.
You've already been taken to that part, and I'll read it. It says that, according to the record, those who decided on the declaration were also the first general staff of the KLA. It was comprised of Azem Sula, Sokol Bashota, Kadri Veseli, Jelaidin Gashi Ali Ahmeti, Javid Khaliti, Hashim Thaçi, Recep Selimi, La Ibrahimai, and another colleague. Now, I have a couple of questions about that. Do you agree that on this account, the account of your commander Azem Sula, there are 10 members of the general staff, 9 that he names and 1 that he doesn't name? Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree, Your Honor. If his answer covered the entire war of the KLA, I may agree, because they were indeed members of the General Staff. But if he refers to an earlier time period, after these 6 persons I mentioned earlier, there were none others. I don't know why Azem Sula has done this after the war.
Well, let me continue with that. The rest of the document indicates what period of time he talks about. But can you first confirm that there are 9 mentioned names and 1 that he doesn't name? He refers to another colleague. Do you see that?
Yes, 9.
If one were to compare your list to his, the 2 that would be missing are Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli and the other unnamed colleague. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
I think you've been asked about it, but I'll ask. Yes.
If I may. If we take it for granted that what is said about these 2 persons, they could not meet him and discuss this issue. But I said the composition of the central staff at that time comprised 6 persons. I don't know why Azem Sula said this. Maybe it's one of those interviews given after the war with the aim of trying to become a protagonist in the event, or instead of giving a realistic picture of the war.
Would this list correspond to the state of the general staff in late 1996 and early 1997, or sometimes in 1997, I should say?
I cannot say that, because Recep Selimi and Lahi Brahimi, in their case, we didn't have a decision made to accept them based on the proposal of Javid Gashi. At that time, the staff was not very well organized. I don't know how much it was functional in Albania, because the person who are here know what the situation was.
I'll ask you about him. When, in your understanding, did Recep Selimi, what year, I should say, did Recep Selimi become a member of the General Staff, or the Central Staff, as it was known at the time?
The first effort was in Agros, in the meeting we had there, to get together as a staff.
Let me be clear. If it were suggested that Recep Selimi became a member of the Central Staff sometimes in 1997, would you dispute it?
In my opinion, one cannot become a member of the General Staff with all those powers on the basis of an oral instruction, which I couldn't even technically realize. I was alone in Kosovo. There were no other people with whom to discuss this issue, whether to admit Recep Selimi and Lahi Ibrahimi in the General Staff, I mean a functional staff. If we refer to it merely on paper, then yes.
Now, what about Jakub Krasniqi? To your knowledge, when did he become a member of the Central Staff?
Jakub Krasniqi was never a member of the Central Staff.
Okay, can we please see exhibit P793? So this, for your information, Mr. Bashota, is the ICTY statement of Jakub Krasniqi of 23rd and 24th of May of 2007. And if we can go to the second page, please. And I'll ask that the page be scrolled up a little bit to paragraph 4 in both versions. So that's what that's what Jakub Krasniqi told the ICTY prosecutor when he was being interviewed. It's paragraph 4. After my release from prison in 1991, I was engaged in political activities. Specifically, I was a member of the Democratic League of Kosovo in the Drenoc local branch, a democratic alternative movement. I joined the KLA in March 1993 and became a member of the General Staff in late 1996. I was officially appointed as the KLA spokesperson on 11 June 1998. So this record suggests that Mr. Krasniqi himself said that he became a member of the General Staff in late 1996. Do you see that?
Oh. Yes.
A comment about that?
I don't seem to be able to understand properly what kind of general staff Mr. Krasniqi is talking about, but as per the staff whose composition I am fully aware, Mr. Krasniqi would not has not been able to take part in any of any meetings. If
You are disputing the suggestion that Mr. Krasniqi is making, that he was a member of the General Staff in late 1996. Is that right?
What I was going to say by way of clarification is that Jakub Krasniqi has probably been involved in the war effort by meeting other personalities. It is known that he had excellent relationship with the legendary commander Jakub Krasniqi, Adem Yashari. So if he's referring to that, that's fine. But as far as I'm concerned, I do not know that Jakub Krasniqi has ever been a member of the Central Staff.
Exhibit P794. And for your information, this is the record of the testimony of Jakub Krasniqi, or part of the record of the testimony of Jakub Krasniqi before the ICTY when he testified in the Limay et al. Case on the 10th of February of 2005. And if we can go to page 3305 of that transcript, and I apologize to you, sir, there is no Albanian translation that I could find. Thank you. And if we can scroll down a little bit. Now you can see he's being, Mr. Krasniqi is being asked questions about his involvement with the KLA, of course. And he's being asked now, line 12, did there come a time when you became a member of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army? Answer, yes. Question, when was that? Please, it might have been end of 96 and beginning of 97. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, I do.
So again, I ask you whether you have an explanation as to why Mr. Krasniqi would admit under oath to being a member of the General Staff at a time when you yourself are a member of that group. Are you still saying that you are not aware of him being aware of the General Staff at that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Krasniqi also testified in another case, and there's no Albanian, so I'll read it to you. But he says that at that time, I'll give the reference in a second, there were approximately 10 persons in the General Staff, so similar to what Mr. Sula had mentioned. And it's testimony of 30th of May of 2007 at page 5026. And he says, maybe I should read the whole quote to you so that you can opine on it. He says, during this period of time, the General Staff consisted of approximately 10 persons, but not all of them knew each other because some were acting illegally, some legally, some were abroad. So I'll ask maybe the question in that way. Is it possible, Mr. Bashota, that there might have been members of the General Staff, or Central Staff as it was known at the time, who were members of that organization that you did not know of?
Given that the question is asked as could it have been, I have no way of prejudging it, but To the best of my knowledge, Jakub Krasniqi was not a member of the central staff for the time period we're referring to. That is all I know.
Would you agree with the proposition that if someone would have known who the members of the general staff, central staff were at the time, it would be Azem Sula, because he was the commander of that group? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
The period of time of 1995 to March 1998 that you've given some evidence about, you had contacts with members of the central staff, is that right? I mean, other members.
Yes.
That period, you also had some contacts with Hashim Thaçi, is that right?
Can you kindly mention the year again, Your Honor? I couldn't quite recall it, remember it.
Sometimes between January of 1995 and March of 1998. Do you recall having contacts with Hashim Thaçi?
Yes. I know that they entered Kosovo during that period of time in 1998. The two of them, Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli, I do not know whether they did that jointly or separately, but I know that they entered Kosovo during the spring of 98.
And before the entry of Mr. Thaçi and Veseli, which we heard might have occurred in March of 1998, in the year and month before that, did you have contacts with Mr. Thaçi?
I cannot recall exactly. I don't know if it was in 98 or when, because Mr. Thaçi frequently went to Albania. But I remember one occasion when he returned to Kosovo carrying weapons, and I met him once. However, I cannot be exact as to what year that was.
Please see Exhibit P739.6, please. Can we scroll down a little bit in the English, please? And to the next page, simply to perhaps put some context for you. It's an interview given by Mr. Thaçi to the office of the prosecutor. Here it is. In the English, it starts at line 4 on that page, and in the Albanian, it should be. I'll read you the sentence. Sorry, there's a question that says, well, that raises my next question, which concerns the period of time you were in Switzerland. Were you communicating with other KLA personnel during that time? Do you see that question? I think it's line 15 in your language, sir. And the answer of Mr. Thaçi is yes. Question, with whom did you communicate most regularly? Answer, I communicated with La Ibrahimai, I communicated with Sokol Bashota. On the main, it was these two. How did you communicate? They came to Albania, but I also entered Kosovo illegally. During that time, you were in Switzerland? Question mark. Answer, yes. I came through the mountains of Albania. How frequently would you communicate with Mr. Bashota or Brahimai while you were in Switzerland? Answer, once or twice a year. Once or twice a year? Question. Answer, yes, yes, because I never communicated by phone with them. So does that account given by Mr. Thaçi correspond to your own recollection of your contact with him during that period?
Unë thash, më duket vetëm një herë e ka.
As I said, I think I only met him once when he came from Albania bearing weapons. I don't know who else he was with, but that was the time when I met him. I cannot recall anything else.
Recall anything else? Can you recall having contacts in 1996 as well with Jakub Krasniqi? Do you recall that?
Me zotin Krasniqi prej orës nga burgu.
I met Mr. Krasniqi after his release from prison numerous times. Because he was a personality and we met to discuss other issues of the time. He was involved within the Democratic League of Kosovo, and there were many gatherings and social gatherings and meetings held at the time. I went to his own house, he came to mine, I met him several times.
Now I want to move on to something you've already discussed with, I think, all parties and with my colleague Judge Barte, and that has to do with the communiques of the KLA Central staff and then general staff. Do you recall these questions?
Oh,
yes.
Said last week in answer to a question, it's page 22975, is that these communiques, talking about the communiques of January 1997, so communique 28 and 29, you said were written abroad and that Jelaydin Gashi and Naid Hassani were those who dealt mostly with these. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, and I think that's the way it was.
Said, correct me if I'm wrong, that Jelaydin Gashi was with you in Kosovo in 96 and 97 up until the time when Naid Hassani was arrested when he went to Albania. Did I understand that correctly?
Oh.
Yes.
One, two. Thank you. Can the registry please bring up SPOE 0005338 to SPOE 0005393? And what you have here, sir, is the same as I showed you a moment ago. It's a book of interviews with Recep Selimi with a journalist called Adriatic Kelmendi. And I will ask the registry to please go to SPOE 0005338 It's the same page in the Albanian. And I think, sir, in your language, in Albanian, this would be the column to the left, so that's page 62. There's a question: who participated in the attacks and who drafted the communique? Can you see that?
Oh,
Yes.
The recorded answer of Recep Selimi here is, I had nothing to do with the communique. He's talking about, maybe to give you context, he's talking about the first communique, so communique 11 that had been published. And he says, I had nothing to do with the communique. Naid Hassani was our chosen person, the right and competent persons for communiques and communication with the outside world, such as various organizations abroad, including clandestine political organizations at the time, such as the People's Movement of Kosovo, and other entities and patriots who were active outside of Kosovo and had proven their patriotism through their activity. So here, according to Mr. Selimi, the person who dealt with the communiques of the central staff at the time was Naid Hassani. And that, you would agree, is consistent with what you told us. Is that right?
oh,
Yes.
You told us that in January or February of 1997, Naid Hassani was arrested, right?
oh, drejt.
Yes, correct.
In Kosovo, correct?
Po, pa tjetër.
Yes. In Pristina, I think.
So when he was taking care of the communiques, Naid Hassani, that is, he was doing so in Kosovo, not abroad. Is that right?
Po,
Yes. He was inside Kosovo.
One other thing that Mr. Selimi says, and if you need to see the passage, I'll show it to you, is that up until his arrest, Naid Hassani was the one who would keep in touch with the LPK from Kosovo. Were you aware of that?
me lëpërkën nuk e di, por
I don't know on whether he was in contact with the LPK himself, but I know that he was in contact with Azem Sula, who in turn kept those contacts. And I think with Ali Ahmeti too.
If someone is preparing these communiques, it is important for that person to be in touch with the LPK because these statements are published in Zerin Kosovas, the mouthpiece of the LPK. Would you agree with that? There's a need for coordination between the two.
unë e kompetencuar këtu,
I did mention it here as well. I was only a local activist for the LPK in the Glina municipality. I was not aware of the LPK's steering board. However, if Azem Sula and Javid Haliti had any such links or responsibilities within the auspices of the LPK, then your proposition holds good.
Now, after that date when Naid Hassani is arrested in or close to Pristina in January or February of 1997, who do you say took over the responsibility of dealing with the central staff communique?
There was a decision by someone, but as I said, initially it was Nait and Geraldine Ngashi, and to all intents and purposes, Geraldine Ngashi continued to do so. I do not know on whether he coordinated this effort with Azem Sula, because they come from the same region. In fact, they live close by to each other. But I don't know what form of cooperation it was. But I think Geraldine Ngashi, I'm not saying that Geraldine wrote them, but that he was involved with them because they were issued on behalf of the central staff.
She's dead, right?
He died after the war. I can't recall the exact year, but maybe around 2010. But I know that he died as a result of cancer.
Could it have been earlier than that, 2005 perhaps?
Time is moving swiftly past, and I'm losing my bearings as far as the exact moment in time on that, but it is easy to establish.
Can we please see exhibit P761, please, and that would be part 7. And again, so that you can situate yourself, it's the record of an interview given by Mr. Recep Selimi to the Office of the Prosecutor here on the 13th of November of 2019. And I will ask that we go in the English to page 7, I believe it is. I'm sorry, it's page 5 in the English, I apologize. And in the Albanian, I believe it's page 6. So in the English, we can start at line 7. Mr. Selimi is being asked about the first communique, so communique 11 of the central staff. Can you find that in the Albanian version? I think it's page 6 in the Albanian, somewhere towards the top of the page.
What I can see here is only the answer to a question. I don't know whether it's further up.
It would be a question where Mr. Selimi is asked. Let's start with the first.
Yes. Yes, I do.
It goes like this. Question, let's start with the first communique. Answer, this was when the KLA was just about being established. The first communique also mentioned for the first time the name of the KLA. I know that it wasn't numbered as number 1 or number 2, but I do not remember the number of the communique. I'll stop there for a second. Do you recall that the first communique of the KLA Central Staff bore the number 11? Can you recall that now?
No, I can't recall it.
And Mr. Selimi goes on to say, And from the very beginning until he was in prison, the person who dealt with the communiques was one of our friends, namely Naid Hassani, who was arrested in January of 1997. Do you see that? And can you confirm that is correct?
Yes.
And thereafter, question, answer. I remember that one of the people that dealt with the communique during 1997 was so-called Pashota. However, the communiques was mostly published in one of the publications of the LPK, namely Zeri I Kosoves. In April 1998, we officially appointed a spokesperson who then dealt with the communiques and also the appearances, the first appearances in television, and that was Jakub Krasniqi. And Mr. Selimi goes on to say, and at the same time supported and aided by Hashim Thaçi, whose tasks and responsibilities later on was to inform the public opinion, and this is how it continued until if we can go to the next page, the end. Which of the communiques were drafted by one or the others, I'm not able to tell you because I do not know. I believe I have given a real picture of what happened. Now, before I ask you the question, I'll go to another part of that same interview, and it's page 17 in the English, please. And in the Albanian, I believe it should be page 18, 18. Can you, sir, identify a passage in the Albanian? I think it should be the middle. I think it starts with line 7, where Mr. Selimi says, I identified the time periods and the people that dealt with these. Can you see that in that paragraph?
Popo.
Yes.
It's recorded as saying this, I identified the time period and the people that dealt with these, and I would like to reiterate it. Until he was imprisoned, in charge of these communiques was Naid Hassani. He was replaced by so-called Bashota during 1997. However, from April 1998 and almost until the end, there were two sources, there were two people that dealt with them, the spokesperson and the leader of the head of the Public Information Directorate. Question, that would be Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Thaçi. Answer, yes, I don't remember anybody else dealing with the communiques apart from these two people. Now, I'll start with a suggestion of Mr. Selimi that in 1997 it was your self who was dealing with the communiques. Do you have a comment to make upon that assertion?
Yes, certainly, Your Honor. I'm repeating that I have not written a single communique. I don't know where this idea of Mr. Selimi come from. But I'm saying I never wrote a single communique. Had I done so, I would have acknowledged it, of course, because a communique is nothing to be contested. But merely I'm saying that I didn't write them. At the beginning it was rather confusing. In one line it said, I think it was Mr. Bashota, then the next line said they were drafted by Zorik Kosovos. I don't know what stands of the two, but I didn't write the communiques.
This way, so that all the relevant propositions are being put to you fairly so that you can comment on them. Now, putting aside the question of whether you drafted any of these communiques, in 1997, did you play any role in the production, distribution, preparation of any of the central staff communiques? Yes or no?
Io.
No.
With the suggestion that in 1997, and I think you've told us before, you and Mr. Recep Selimi were the only two members of the central staff present in Kosovo. Is that right?
For you,
Yes, but in different places, not in one place.
Do you have any reason or to believe that Mr. Selimi would say such a thing if it weren't true? In other words, do you have an explanation as to why Mr. Selimi would make such a suggestion?
If I were to say what I would be doing, sometimes after time passes, we may get mixed up in what we say, especially after the war, when we speak about the war period, based on different elements and sectors. Maybe that is the reason why he has done that. At least this is what I might do. Sometimes I get mixed up when I talk about certain elements because of the time element. Otherwise, I can't find any other reason for that. But again, referring to myself, I have never written any communiques on behalf of the KLA, which were later published.
Can we see exhibit P739, please? And it would be part 5. In English, it would be page 5, and in the Albanian, I believe it is page 7. And this, sir, that is about to come before you is the record of an SPO interview, so an interview that Hashim Thaçi gave to the office of the prosecutor on 13 January of 2020. And in the English, I would start at line 16, and I believe in the Albanian it should be page 7 towards the bottom of the page. There's a question, sir, where Mr. Thaçi is asked, and I will read it so you can find it, as respect the authorized communiques, who was responsible for them, say, in 1996? Can you see that?
Paul?
Yes.
The question goes like this. As respects the authorized communiques, who was responsible for them, say, in 1996? Answer, 1996? Yes, sir. Yashar Saliu is the answer of Mr. Thaçi. Now, can you tell us first maybe who Yashar Saliu is, if you know, of course?
I only heard about Yashar Saliu after the war. It was said that he was in the West, living there, and worked for Homeland Calls. But I have no other idea about his work, his engagement.
And just so that we have a clean transcript of that, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Yashar Saliu would be the president of the Homeland Calling Fund. Is that right?
Nuk e dita.
I don't know that. I know that he was engaged. This is with that. This is what people said.
Next question for Mr. Thaçi is, did Naid Hassani have a role? Answer, yes, he was the person in charge, the head of operational staff in Kosovo at the time. Question, in 1996? Answer, yes. He was arrested in, and if we can turn the page in the English, in January of 1997. Question, which predicts my next question. Following Mr. Hassani's arrest in January of 1997, who was responsible for dealings with communiques? Answer, to be honest, while I was in Switzerland, I don't know exactly. The responsibility was of the operational engagements, that means Sokol Bashota, but more emphasized, but a more leadership role was played by Jelaidin Gashi. Now, Mr. Thaçi suggests that he doesn't know exactly, but he suggests that this function was played by two persons, yourself and Jelaidin Gashi. Do you have a comment about that to make?
Në Kosovë,
After the arrest of Naid in Kosovo, during a short period, it was only myself and Jelaidin Gashi present in Kosovo. But I never engaged in any work related to communiques. Mainly, this was done by Naid Hassani and Jelaidin Gashi.
To explain why both Recep Selimi and Mr. Thaçi, when asked this, would point to you as one of the persons responsible for these communiques. Do you have an observation?
Yes. Witness, you'll have to leave the room for a moment.
First, may I consult with my client first, and then I'd like to say something. My client, it turns out my client and I were going to say the same thing. I believe it's only fair if it's going to be put to him that way, that the rest of, when it's expressly put at the bottom of the page, what Mr. Thaçi's position is with respect to whether he authored the communiques, that be read out to him as well.
I'm happy with which part?
At the bottom of the page, he's asked that question specifically. He says, I suppose I don't know. Line 18. Good? Thank you.
All right, the witness can be brought back in.
Mr. Bashota, I'll read to you another exchange that's in the first page. And if you can't find it in your language, please let me know. But I think it's on the right page. There's a paragraph that's being jumped over. And then there's a question by the investigator that says, moving forward then until later in 1997, you mentioned that Sokol Bashota had some involvement with the communiques then. And the answer is of Mr. Thaçi, I presume, but I'm sure about Jelaidin Gashi. Now, I'll put the question to you again. I'll put the question to you again. Do you have a comment or an observation as to why both Mr. Salimi, or Mr. Salimi would assert that you were the person responsible for the communiques, and Mr. Thaçi believed at the very least that you might be. Do you have any comment on their understanding as expressed there?
I believe there's a translation issue into the Albanian, which is causing a problem, and the witness is hearing that translation of what Mr. Thaçi's position is.
I'll ask the question more generally, sir.
Thank you.
I'll ask the question more generally, sir. Now, do you have an explanation as to why people within the Kieli leadership would either state or assume that you and perhaps Jelaidin Gashi were responsible for the communiques in 1997, from the time of the arrest of Naid Hassani up to the appointment of Jakub Kresnici in April of 1998 by the General Staff?
Yeah, we'll continue, and you can, of course, delve into that more deeply on your follow-up questions if you wish. We'll repeat the question again for you.
I'll ask the question again in very general terms, sir. I said, do you have an explanation as to why people within the Kieli leadership would either state or assume that you and perhaps Jelaidin Gashi were responsible for the communiques in 1997, from the time of the arrest of Naid Hassani up to the appointment of Jakub Kresnici in April 1998 by the General Staff?
Your Honor, you are asking me to just surmise what they thought. But it is very relevant, I think, what I'm saying here, in the sense that I'm talking about myself in the first person singular. And what about I'm saying? I'm very aware what I'm saying. I'm talking under oath. And I never wrote any communique from the first to the last. So I don't know why they have made such suppositions. There may be one reason, because of the fact that I was the only one among the members of the Central Staff present in Kosovo. Maybe that is the reason why. But that I have written any communiques, this is not true at all.
A moment ago about the connections that Naid Hassani was said to have with the LPK and whether that would be relevant to the issuance of communiques. Do you recall my questions on this?
Oh.
Yes.
Time in Kosovo, while a member of the General Staff, did you yourself have or kept contacts with the LPK while you were on the ground?
With the LPK, no. There was no LPK in Kosovo then.
I wasn't clear and I apologize for that. Did you keep contact with the LPK abroad? As in when you were in Kosovo, did you keep contact with LPK members in other countries?
Jo.
No.
See ERN 078019 TRET, and it would be part 3. And in the English, it would be page 17, and in the Albanian, page 16. I believe it's towards the top of the page. Mr. Halling, would you wish me to ask that question in closed session? Or?
Your Honors, I think under the circumstances, it can be asked in public session.
Thank you. Then I'll tell you what you are looking at, sir. This is the record of an interview conducted by the Office of the Prosecutor, the SPO here, with Ali Ahmeti on the 2nd of September of 2020. Do you understand that?
Oh, yes.
Look, I believe in the English it would be on line 3, and in the Albanian it would be towards the top as well. It goes like this. Okay, what I'm trying to understand, this central operative staff was initially composed by a different group of people. Do you see that in the Albanian?
Oh, yes.
What Ali Ahmeti says here is he says that one group of people were the commanders on the ground, and these are the person that I just mentioned. Yeah, and another group of person such as Jelaidin Gashi, Sokol Bashota, and Naim Hassani, who were the direct link or communication with the LPK abroad. Is that correct? Is that correct? It is correct. But there were connections. I met with them sometime in 93 or 94 in Albania. So I'll ask my question again. Did you, in those early years, 93, 94, and onwards, have connections with the LPK?
I don't know whether Azem Syler Vitality Ali Ahmeti played any role in the presidency of the LPK. If he referred to the meeting we had with them, I may say yes, but I didn't meet them as a member of LDK, but as persons with whom we wanted to organize and unify the art groups in Kosovo. I don't know what positions they had in LDK. LPK, correction. And I wouldn't endanger myself and meet them in the mountains being LPK members.
Mr. Selimi, Recep Selimi, also said, and I quote, I'll give the reference, Sokol Bashota also had contact with LPK in a certain periods. The contacts with abroad were not very expensive. So, and the reference is SITF 00242993 at page 7 for those who want to look at it. Now, do you confirm that during your time, 95, 94, 95, 96, 97, you had contacts, including abroad with LPK members? Yes or no?
Only if here is a referred to as Ebsula, Jeladin Halidi, it may be so. Because I knew their position in the LPK.
And You also had contact during that period, I suggest, and I will, if necessary, show you the document, have contact during that period with Zeri Ikosoves. Is that right or not?
What time period are you asking me about? I have only given one interview to Zeriko Solves.
Really interested in 1997. In 1997, did you have contact with Zeri Ikosoves?
I didn't have direct contacts, but only with one journalist who wanted to take an interview from me.
That covered the period of 1997, sir.
Maybe yes.
Fairness to you, I'll put you the statement in question and ask you to comment upon it. Can we see Exhibit 761.10? And in the English, it would be page 18, and in the Albanian, it would be page 19 towards the bottom. And for your guidance, this is the continuation of an interview of Recep Selimi with the SPO, the prosecutor here. And I'll put two passages to you and then ask you to comment on it. In the English version, it starts at the very top, and in Albanian, I believe it's towards the bottom. So if you can look for a question that says, but you mentioned to us, I believe yesterday, that Mr. Sokol Bashota took over the communiques at some point in 1997. Have I got that right? Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
Mr. Selimi gives his, I would like to clarify that he dealt with them. He didn't take over. How did you know that? I'm presuming, so you don't know. And he says, because the only person that had contacts with people abroad and the LPK in Switzerland was him, talking about you. And if we can go to page 19 of that same interview, that's page 20 in the Albanian. It should be the bottom of page 20 in Albanian, and it's line 10 in the English. Mr. Selimi says there, in 1997, the connections with the LPK, including Zeri Ikosoves, were only kept by one person, and this person was Sokol Bashota. Now, is what Mr. Selimi asserts here true, according to you, sir?
No, it's not true.
The very last thing I have for you has to do with your nickname or the code that you were using. Were you known by a number, sir?
Yes, when we had radio communication, we usually used numbers.
What was your number, sir?
11.
I'll put it that way to you. You know Nui Bitucci. You know who he is?
Yes.
In a book, he wrote that the numbers that certain members of the general staff received were given to them according to the order in which they joined the KLA. Is that, to your knowledge, correct?
No, it's not correct.
So,
How could Nahi Bitucci know how we got those numbers. Nahi Butucci came later. He dealt with the war chronicles and followed developments in various zones.
You got this particular number.
I don't know who did that, who did this ranking. It was just a number to identify us by. There were smaller numbers, 10, and higher numbers than 10. I don't know exactly who had what, but there wasn't any kind of order for the numbers assigned to us. Just numbers to be used when we use the radio communication.
Random numbers.
Random, yes.
You say gave you those numbers.
I don't remember that. But when we got access to radio communication for the needs of this communication, we got these numbers without any certain ordering. Maybe we just like that number. It didn't make any, it was not important.
Thank you. Those were my questions. Thank you, Mr. Bashota.
Judge Gaynor?
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness. I have a few questions on 4 subjects. The first is Jakub Krasnici's membership of the General Staff. Now, in your interview with the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICTY in March 2006, this is P1870.1 at pages 8 and 9, you were asked a few questions about this. And you said you were a member of the General Staff yourself, the political directorate. You were asked how many members were at this time, were still in 97, approximately. You answered, it might be 7 or 8, but I'm not entirely sure. Question, do you remember who these were? Answer, it was Jakub Krasnici. And you went on to give the names of some others. So do you remember stating that in 2006?
I don't remember accurately. If I see it on the transcript, maybe it would help me get a better idea of what I said. I'm not saying I didn't say it, but not for Jakub. I think he joined in 97 or 96. I'm not sure.
I'll move on. We do have the transcript for that. Second question I want to discuss is the provision to the General Staff of intelligence information. Okay? Now, in the same interview, you said, we had criticisms of the Dukagjini zone because Tahir Zamai was established there. And on the basis of the intelligence service that we possessed within the KLA, we had been informed that he earlier had been a drug dealer and had been convicted in earlier years past. And you went on to say, you were asked a question, when you received the information that Tahir Zamai had taken over from Ramush Haradinai, do you remember how this information came to the General Staff? Your answer, well, as I said, it came through the people in the intelligence service. So my question to you is, what is that intelligence service which was providing information to the General Staff?
There were
Your Honor, I specified in my note that these were people who I assumed worked for the intelligence services. I had no clear idea of what the intelligence service was. I don't even have a good understanding of it to this day. But simply due to the significance of the information that was passed on, I assumed that they were people who worked for the intelligence service.
Passing intelligence to the general staff. Is that correct?
Io mua personalisht ma
No, they gave it to me personally. I don't know their names, but I just assumed.
I'll move on to the next subject.
Your Honor, if I could just correct a transcript error that I'm told. It's page 124, lines 5 to 6. I didn't say it, but not for Jakob. It reads as, I think he joined in 97 or 96. It should read as, I don't think he joined. If you could have that corrected, please.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, I'm going to move on to another subject, and that concerns the communiques. I've heard you say repeatedly that you personally did not write communiques, but I want to explore the issue a little further. At P 1870.1, page 10, you were asked this question. And what was it you were doing at this time? Let's say during 97, what kind of work did you do? Was it planning for coming conflict? Your answer began, we were mainly involved in writing communiques. And then it continues. Now, my question to you is, what does the word we mean here?
What I meant to say is other people. Not that something that I did myself, but others as a structure. We had no capabilities at the time because it'd been almost dispersed and dissolved. There were a number of communiques that came out during that time, and that's what I made reference to. Other groups, not to myself. I was alone left back in Kosovo. I couldn't have written communiques in Kosovo being on my own without having a group of people who would have given their assent to it. That's the reason why.
Thank you. I think you've given evidence that 2 members of the central staff were drafting communiques, Shaladdin Gashi and Naid Hassani, and it's not clear to me whether you participated in discussions as a member of the central staff about the content of communiques. Could you please clarify your evidence on that?
I think I mentioned it earlier that I was not a part of this exercise.
It's your evidence that there were either 6 or 7 or 8 of you on the central staff, and you never discussed communiques, but you were aware that communiques were being published in Zeri I Kosoves, purportedly on behalf of the central staff. Is my understanding correct?
Oh.
Yes.
Except that the language used in some of those communiques, which confirms the execution of purported collaborators, that is extremely serious language, is it not?
Yes, at times. From what I was able to see, given that the mass media access was of too limited in nature, but yes, there were many instances when the language contained therein was indeed so severe.
Those communiques with your fellow members of the central staff?
Po në fillim e kom thonë duket më herët se
I think I mentioned it earlier that Nate Hassani told me that this is an issue that I deal with alongside Plako Geraldine Gashi, and I did not inquire any further. We are mentioning Nate Hassani and Geraldine Gashi many times, but the fact is that he said, we deal with this, I deal with this one, and Geraldine Gashi, and I did not pursue the matter further.
Refer to another answer you gave. This is P 1870.3 at page 16. And you said, well, generally in our earlier communiques, in our first communiques, we would communicate publicly that the KLA didn't permit any activities that were which ran against the struggle being waged by the citizens of Kosovo. And this appeal was issued several times. And in most cases, decisions were made to kill them. That's the answer you gave back in 2006. And once again, you say our. Twice you use the word our, and then you use the word we. Now, when you're using those words, who are you referring to?
Realisht, për këta
It is for these reasons that a defense lawyer is needed on these processes. I never thought that this issue would crop up. In 2006, I gave an interview under a lot of pressure, something that I mentioned in the note as well. I was told that investigators do not care about you. They use interviewing techniques like the Americans in Guantanamo. And you will understand how easy or difficult it was to give an answer to people who were reminding me of the interviewing techniques used at Guantanamo. I do not know the reason why, but I made reference only to those parts that I was able to digest via the media. So I spoke about things that I had seen in the main media.
Portion of your interview where your draft statement was being read back to you for your review. This is back in 2006. This is P 1870.6, page 12. And during that readback, the person said, if an operational zone commander, upon receiving information, was convinced that a certain person was a Serbian collaborator and would not admit it, he could order for that person to be killed. Your answer was, that's right. In this case, if an accused person who was summoned made no contact with any KLA official person and did not surrender to the KLA authorities to receive the message, the military structures considered him to be a spy and took punitive measures against him. Do you recall giving that answer?
Yes, Your Honor, but I mentioned that in the note. I don't know whether the clarification was made that each time collaborators are mentioned, the reference is to the local police units that had been co-opted, uniformed, and equipped with weapons by the Serbs. These people even though they were under a uniform and carrying weapons, we did not have any right to deal with them, with the exception of the case where they turned their weapon against the Kosovo Liberation Army soldiers, because that activity would be hostile and it would undermine the authority of the soldiers of the Kosovo Liberation Army in front of the population.
Next page is page 13. The question is put to you: if a collaborator continued with his activity, was the zone commander authorized? Was he right to order his killing? Your answer was, as I mentioned earlier, it was the general staff that on a collegial basis decided about the punitive measures against the enemy collaborators. They were warned through communiques to stop their enemy activity. Now, your answer there appears to me to be quite consistent with the language used in the communiques that were shown to you today and yesterday during your testimony.
If you're looking for similarities, yes, you can find them, Your Honor. In practice, however, it is not a part of my nature or my language to use that. That is not the language that I use, neither it is in my nature to use that kind of language. The reference, as I've mentioned before, was for those who had been uniformed and served under the Serbian police and the army, be them Albanians or otherwise. They were people who worked under their orders.
Questioned about who gave the zone commander, the brigade commander, and other structures like platoons and companies, who gave them the right to take action against perceived collaborators? The question was, who was it that gave them that right? I mean, who did? Your answer, the general staff. Now, in giving that answer, how did you know it was the general staff that gave them that right?
Again, here I made reference to the communiques that were published in various media outlets where an appeal was sent to all these collaborators, as they are called, to relinquish that kind of activity. I made reference only to the communiques that were issued, and it is not that I had any such information that belonged or originated in the general staff.
Clarify another answer you gave, if you would. This is at page 16 of the same exhibit number. And your answer was, don't forget that once the order for the execution of the collaborator was given, it could be carried out by anyone who knew him, because they would get in day and night. For the purpose of obtaining information from the KLA ranks, the collaborators would move around day and night through the secret channels. Unquote. So could you just clarify for me, what did you mean by the collaborators would move around day and night through the secret channels? Could you amplify your answer a bit on that, please?
I mean the same people who had been a part of this. It's the local police who were employed by the Serbian police. These were co-villagers, people who lived in our midst. They did not come to the parts that were under our control as KLA soldiers. because they were parts that we could control, but they went and bypassed us and in their attempts to try and obtain information of various kinds. That's what I meant to say. Finally,
We've discussed this earlier, but I'd just like you to clarify the basis of your knowledge. This is P1870.6, page 18. And the question was, once the order for the killing of the collaborators was given by the General Staff, it could be enforced by anyone who would identify the collaborator. And I'd like to clarify, that is an interpreter reading back to you your draft statement. And your answer was yes. So my question to you is this: how did you know that?
Can you repeat it one more time, Your Honor, because I did follow the gist of the argument, but I was unable to follow the exact question.
Sir. The transcript says, the interpreter proceeds reading the summary of the statement to the witness. And then the interpreter says, once the order for the killing of the collaborator was given by the General Staff, it could be enforced by anyone who would identify the collaborator. Your answer was yes. So my question to you now is, how did you know that? What's the basis of your knowledge for that answer?
This comes from the reading of the communiques that were published widely. They were widely known to the public opinion as well as the KLA soldiers. My reference was only to the communiques which had issued that appeal pertaining to these categories. I then gave my own opinion as to what I understand with the word collaborator. A citizen who cooperated with the Serb or had a business with the Serb could not have been labeled a collaborator. That is in my testimony. And my reference has always been vis-à-vis those who worked under the Serbian apparatus. And that is information that I obtained via the media and that came from the communiques that had been issued.
For the period that you were a member of the Central Staff and the General Staff, could you clarify how the General Staff would disseminate or communicate to subordinate units an order to kill a collaborator? How would that take place?
The
question was mostly of a hypothetical nature, but I am not aware that the General Staff has issued a discrete order for a person with a name and a surname to be executed. The appeal was of a general nature. The communiques served mostly as propaganda on behalf of the Kosovo Liberation Army, but they also served as a warning to all who could have undermined the just war of the Kosovo Liberation Army through the use of arms and through turning those weapons against the Kosovo Liberation Army.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions from the prosecutor?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Misetich.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Witness, I have a few follow-up questions for you, which I'll continue into tomorrow. First, if I can call up a document, you were asked a lot of questions about the composition of the General Staff or the central staff in 1995, 96, 97. So if I could please have a document we've just released in the queue, SPOE 00209-518-00209528ET in the English. And in the Albanian, it's SPOE 00209-513 to 00209543. And I'm going to show you an interview that Naid Hassani gave in 2002, where he answered that question. And in English, if we could go to page 9520, in Albanian, the same. I believe it's at the bottom of the page. Yes. Top of the page? Oh, sorry, top of the page. Yes. If you see there, witness, this is something he said in 2002. Who was part of the KLA central staff? His answer is the staff included Azam Sula, Naid Hassani, Jeladin Gashi, Sokol Bashota, Javed Haliti, and Ali Ahmeti. Azam Sula was the staff leader. Now, are those 6 names consistent with the 6 names you've given us in your testimony here?
Yes, counsel.
And I tender just this page of the interview into evidence.
Any objection?
Again, we would actually say the whole interview would be worth exhibiting to be understood in context, but no objection.
There's no context needed. It's a simple question of who was.
Which page is it? I can't.
SPOE 00209520.
That page will be admitted.
As that page will be assigned Exhibit 1D 223, and can we confirm the classification?
Public, yes. It should be public. Thank you. Witness, I'd like to take you to another excerpt of a book called Commander Remy Speaks. And this deals with the issue of who was issuing communiques. And if I could please have on the screen SPOE 000-53263 to 000-53359 in the English, and SPOE 00330195 to 00330361 in the Albanian. And the page I'm looking for in English is SPOE 000-53284, and in Albanian, SPOE 00330226.
At this point, can we clarify in which queue it sits?
It's the original queue. Yeah. Witness, while this is being called up, Mr. Mustafa testified that he did not know who was in the general staff until September of 1997. Did you know Rustam Mustafa? Or can you tell us when it is that you first became acquainted with Rustam Mustafa? Commander Remy?
Nog een.
I don't know. I cannot recall when my first meeting with him was.
Took over for Zahir Payaziti eventually in the lap zone, correct?
Oh.
Yes. That's what I remember.
Engaging in activities after the death of Zahir Payaziti, was he coordinating with you or communicating with you?
Ne fillim ka mujt mund të lidh me
At the beginning, he might have had communications with Jalaluddin Gashi, but yes, it was later with me, but I just cannot remember when.
That it wasn't until at least September of 1997 that he even knew who the members of the general staff were.
It is possible.
Book called Commander Remy Speaks, and he's asked the question, where were the first statements in the name of the KLA General Staff issued from? He said, I have no idea. It has always been said that the statements were issued from Pristina, but I can't say much about the details regarding this. I know that Zahir himself compiled continuing statements. He communicated by a phone from a foreign country, and that was how the statements were issued. Question, any more details? He says, I wouldn't focus on the first, second, or third statements. I know that Zahir from National Theater in Pristina issued several of these statements. At that time, Hakif Zainalah's brother, Bayram, was a guardian at the National Theater, and one of the theater phones was used for issuing statements. This was a rather technical matter, which was done perfectly by Hakif's brother so that the phone could not be tapped. Now, is it possible, what Mr. Mustafa is saying here, that the operational groups could communicate directly with someone outside the country to relay information that wound up in communiques without going through anyone who was part of the central staff?
Yes, that's correct.
This is part of a page from an already admitted exhibit, P00188, and I would ask that this page be added to the exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Page SPOE 53284, English and Albanian, is admitted and will be joined with exhibit P0188.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see the time.
Witness, it's time to call it a day, so we thank you for being with us, and you may leave the courtroom now. Please don't speak with anyone overnight about your testimony. We will be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we will see you then.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Honours. I didn't want to interrupt.
we'll make a ruling on it. We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.